Edward Joseph, and let's talk live. Where in the fuck was Bree Bree? All right, let's talk. Well, today, peoples, has been such an interesting day. I'm here, I am live, and I'm going to talk about some things, peoples. Peoples, where in the fuck was Bree Bree? You guys come on in. You guys come on in. You guys come on in, for there's so much to talk about, peoples. You guys come on in. Peoples, I have literally been asking the question, where in the fuck was Bree Bree? Where in the fuck was Bree Bree, peoples? Where in the fuck was she? Bree Bree has literally been one who had disappeared in this Kanika Jenkins case, peoples. Bree Bree. Bree Bree was the elusive one. Bree Bree was the one who has never been around when all of the stuff was going down, peoples. And so my question is, peoples, where in the fuck was Bree Bree? Where was she? Bree Bree was the one who cried the loudest in the Kanika Jenkins case. She was the one at the funeral who was just literally whimpering and wailing and things of that nature. And so, people's, the question that I have for the people, if the people can answer the question, it's literally this. Question I have for the people is literally this. Why would Bree Bree have Kanika phone and keys if Kanika was one who was in her right mind, driving her mother's vehicle, and came to the party? Why, peoples? Why would Kanika give up her keys and phone, peoples? That doesn't make no sense to me. So if Kanika was at the party, peoples, Kanika was at the party, and Kanika was in her right mind, peoples. Well, then my question will be simply this: why would Kanika give up her phone and keys to anybody at the establishment? Why would she do it, peoples? That doesn't make no sense to me. For Kanika to give up her keys and phone, and she was the one with the girls and driven them down to the Crown Plaza. Now, as I recall, peoples, as I recall, peoples, you know, Irene was the one who had a phone, and it was supposed to have been her phone because at the time to when she went live, Kanika wasn't there. Because remember, Irene had went live, and she went live showing her muffin top. You guys do remember that Irene was at the establishment and she showed her muffin top before anybody came in. And I do believe that Irene was playing some music in the background. So my question is, how was she playing the music if her phone was buffering and the Wi-Fi wasn't acting right? How is it, peoples, that Irene was able to play music without Kanika Jenkins' cell phone? How, peoples? Why would Kanika give up her cell phone and keys to her friends? Why would Kanika give up her cell phone to and keys to her friends when she first walked into the establishment. Why would she do that, peoples? When it has already been stated that Kanika was the one who had driven the car to the establishment. Kanika was the only one who can be able to drive the car based upon what TM had said, because TM had said, nobody drives my car other than Kanika, right? Because the insurance will not pay for anyone else. And so if that be the case, then peoples, then my question is simply this. Why would Kanika give up her keys and her phone as soon as she stepped foot at the establishment? That doesn't make no sense to me. Help me to make that make sense, peoples. I said, help me to make that make sense. And so let's get an understanding, peoples, as to where Bree Bree was. Where was Bree Bree, peoples, in all of this that was going on? Because truth be told, we haven't seen Bree Bree in too many places. We only seen Bree Bree what? In the lobby, in the hall. We seen Bree Bree in Irene's live. That's what we've seen Bree Bree. But did we see Bree Bree any other places, peoples, other than that of what I have stated, peoples? Did we see Bree Bree in any of that video footage other than in Irene's live or in the hallway? Where was Bree Bree? And see, peoples, Bree Bree had already told you herself. Bree Bree had said that she does not believe that Kanika Jenkins walked herself into that freezer. That's what Bree Bree said. And see, the thing is, contrary to what you may believe, Bree Bree was there. And Bree Bree knows more than what you know. And so it doesn't make no difference to me whether you believe Kanika Jenkins walked herself into that freezer or not. Bree Bree had told you Kanika never walked herself into that freezer, peoples. That's what Bree Bree said. You guys hold on for one moment. Okay, people, I'm back. That is what Bree Bree said. Bree Bree said that Kanika did not walk into that freezer. And so if anybody should know whether or not Kanika walked herself in the freezer, Bree Bree should know. Because Bree Bree was the one who had told you, peoples, that Kanika never walked herself into that freezer and laid down and died, peoples. That's what Bree Bree said. And so, peoples, I just wanted to come back and just explore a little bit and see if we can be able to track down Bree Bree in any of this video footage, peoples, and track down what Bree Bree has been saying and doing. Because, see, Bree Bree was the elusive one, where everybody was there, peoples, and everybody was around and about and doing different things and whatnot. Bree Bree was one that wasn't found, peoples. Bree Bree. I said Bree Bree was the one that wasn't found, peoples. And so, I just wanted to see where Bree Bree was. And what was Bree Bree doing, peoples? And so if you guys give me a moment, I'm trying to call up this video that I have seen. Now, I'm sure that you guys have seen it, and I'm going to play a little excerpt out of that video and stuff. So if you guys give me a moment, I'm going to put that together. But I see my peoples in the house. So let me give a shout out to my peoples. Hello, Honesty. How are you, ma'am? It is a blessing to see you on today. Honesty had says, hello, Edward. Hello, Randall Robinson. How are you, my friend? It is a blessing to see you on today. Randall Robinson had said Bree Bree was at the freezer when they closed it. That's how Bree Bree knows. And so, peoples, you know, I've got a little, I got a little excerpt here, and I just want to, I want to edit this little part out. So here, let me go ahead and I want to cover the sound because I don't want no copyright because this is the real deal. But there's going to be little clips of this that I'm going to edit out in things that I'm going to show you because this is the real deal right here, peoples. And this shit is crystal clear. I mean, this shit is very crystal clear. And so whether they upscaled it to a higher resolution or whatever, I'm going to edit out little clips of this because this is going to prove my stance, peoples. And so what I want to do is I want to edit this little clip out right here. I'm going to edit this little clip out right here. I'm not going to show what their video and things, but I'm just going to show little clips of it. So I'm just going to edit this little part out right here. Yeah, I know what they did. They took the videos and stuff and they upscaled it because this is sharper than the original stuff that they had posted. And so with the video that they posted, peoples, and what I'm going to show you the difference between Kanika Jenkins and the people, Kanika Jenkins and Kanika Martin. And show you little excerpts. So, but in the meantime, in the between time, peoples, I'm just trying to edit this little part out right here, and it's just going to be little clips, little tiny clips and stuff. So, which is good because this is going to prove my stance. Well, everybody wants to say that this person, that person is Kanika and all like this. Well, you will clearly see the difference in between the two. All right, so I know I just seen Bree Bree. Let me just show it to, okay, there it is right there. Let me play it right there. Okay, so they just showed just a little tiny clip, but so let me just fast forward it to the place. I'm going to edit this little part out, and then I'm going to play you what Bree Bree had said. So I can't show this, peoples, but I am going to show it like this. And it's a good thing that they did it this way and stuff. So then people, damn, I just want full video. It's a good thing that they did it this way and stuff because now you can just edit out this little certain parts and stuff, which is really good. You know, some people, they'll put their logo all on the video and stuff. So then you have to blur out their logo and things and then just take the clip and, you know, you can edit whatever out and stuff. But I can do it like this since they didn't. So let me splice this up right here. Splice this up because this is the only little part that I want right there. And that's all that she said right there. And that's all that I need right there. I'm going to see if I can get the full version of if she did the interview, full 2 minutes. But this part right here, this is all I need right here. So I got it. So let me delete the rest of this. Let me process this and let me go ahead and show it. So I'm going to process this, going to export this, and I'm going to say same as timeline. I'm going to say Bree Bree says Kanika, Bree Bree, B-R-E-E, Bree says Kanika didn't walk into the freezer. I know that's a long title for a little clip, but that's what I have to do so I can be able to understand what it says. Okay, there it is right there. Cool. So there it is right there. Okay, it's in my downloads. I believe it's in my downloads. Let me see. I know I put it there in my downloads, so it should be in my downloads. So let me see, because I had caught it up in my downloads. So let me look at my downloads and see if it's there, peoples. And go to my downloads. Okay, so let me go to my downloads. Everything. There it is right there. Okay, so let me call it up. Good. See, this is the power of editing, people. So let me call that little clip up video file. Let me go to my download right there. And let me call that up. Bingo. This is what Bree Bree said. Okay. I don't know if you guys heard it or not. I couldn't hear it. Let me play it in my downloads and see if I can be able to hear it. See, it's my sound on. Oh, I think I processed it and the sound was off. Damn. Yeah, that's why. Okay, that's why I can't hear it, because I processed it with the sound off. Duh. Let me delete that. Let me go back to my editing software. Go back to edit and let me turn on the sound and let me see. Yep. All right. So now let me export it again. Then let me do that again. Yep. I heard it this time. And yep, it is in my downloads. And then let me go back and let me call it up on here. Let me remove that. And let me remove that. Now let me call it up again.
In the freezer though. Put herself in the freezer though.
And that's what she said. She didn't put herself in the freezer. But I'm going to get the whole clip. I'm going to get the whole clip of what Bree Bree had said, but this is the little short version. Bree Bree had said that she didn't put herself in the freezer. That's what Bree Bree said. Y'all seen what Bree Bree said, right? Bree Bree said that she did not. I know she ain't put herself in the freezer. That there it is right there. That's what Bree Bree said. Bree Bree had told you all that Kanika never put herself in the freezer. That's what Bree Bree told you, and that's what Bree Bree said, right? Hey, I can't make it up. I'm only going to show you what they said. I told you this time around. It ain't what Edward Joseph is saying. It is what they are saying. And what Bree Bree had told you was Kanika Jenkins never walked herself into the freezer. That's what Kanika said. And then I'm going to get this little clip. Yeah, they upscaled this video. This is some good stuff right here. They upscaled this video. And so I'm going to extrapolate a couple of little clips out of this video and stuff. Y'all give me a moment, because I'm going to show you Kanika Jenkins, peoples. The real Kanika Jenkins, peoples. but to show you the real Kanika Jenkins, not this fake, phony, fictitious, hilarious, and nefarious person. Show you the real Kanika Jenkins, and they upscaled this video. Yeah, they upscaled this video. And it's a shame that they did just, but even with these little clips, this is some good stuff right here. Okay, so here, two things I'm going to do. I'm going to extrapolate. So, and they're just little clips, but even with these little clips, it is clear enough to show you who's all in this video. Do you understand what I'm saying? See, this is the real McCoy right here. This is the real stuff right here. This ain't no fake, phony, fictitious, hilarious, and nefarious madness. This is the real McCoy right here. So I'm going to cut this video. Okay, I'm cutting this one right here because this is what I need. And that's all it is just little clips. But it's good enough little clips to where it will satisfy that of what I am asking peoples. Okay, and then let me show you this little clip right here, since I've already got Bree Bree. And so, you know, you guys had seen this documentary, and this is where I'm getting the video clips from this documentary. You already seen it. The person had talked about this case and things, and they upscaled this video. And that's good because this little picture right here, and I'm glad that they showed it, is what I need right here too. So let me show this right here, because all of this stuff is going to prove my point. So all of this stuff is going to prove my point right here. And that's all that I need is just a little clip of this, because they enhanced it. And it's a beautiful thing. Okay, I got that. And so a couple more clips, and then we're going to be on our way, peoples. So they got some good stuff. I mean, you know, the protest was huge. I've never seen a video of the protests and things, you know. I never did watch that, but looking at this was some good stuff right here. This was some real good stuff. So, and I want, and I'm glad that I watched this and stuff, because this is definitely expressing what I want to say, and what I want to show you. I want to show you a few little things, peoples. This right here is what I want to show you right here. So I'm clipping this little clip off real quick. And see, they got the real good stuff. They enhanced these videos. They enhanced these pictures. And I'm so glad that they did, because now I want to show you something. So let me clip this right here. We're going to start right here. And they did a nice little collage for me, which is wonderful. So happy for that. So they did it so fast. So I'm going to have to play it in slow motion. Okay. 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 I want you guys to notice the difference. Okay. So I got that little clip right there. I'm going to clip that. And then let me move it a little further. Okay. So that was good, what they did. So even they're going fast with this one too. So let me go ahead and go frame by frame. And then I'm going to clip this as well. So you guys just give me a moment. I'm just clipping this video. So I want you guys to see something here. Okay. I want you to see how they played, how they played the game. Uh-oh, I didn't mean to do that. Let me go back right there. Okay, so this right here, so we're going to start right there. And see, I would play this, but like I say, I don't want no copyright strike. So all I want to do is just let me get a picture of this. That's what I can do. I can do it in pictures and stuff. So let me do a picture of this. It's already in high resolution, so it's good. I ain't got to worry about nothing. So let me get a picture of that. Let me get a picture of that. Okay. Because in the high resolution, it's already going to come out fine. Okay, I don't need that. Let me get a picture of that. And then let me see what else. Okay, I don't need that. And let me get a picture of that. Yeah, the pictures works very well. So now I'm going to delete this because they've been moving this thing so fast. So all right, so let me move this forward a little bit, people. So I'm almost there. I want to get a picture of that one. I want to get a picture of every picture that they have shown because they've been moving the thing fast. I want to get a picture of that. These are high quality pictures and it didn't come from no old source. So I want to show you guys something, people. I want to show you guys something. Yep, I want to show you something because this is very important. Good. Get a picture of that. Okay. This is going to express that of what I've been trying to convey. And then get a picture of this right here. And then I think this is the last one that I need right here. Oh, no. Okay, so I'm going to cut it off right here. I'm going to cut this and I'm going to get this little clip right here. And this is it right here. Because I got everything that I need. So let me fast forward to right there and play that little bit. And I want you guys to see something. Okay. Just that little clip right there. Good. Now I'm fit to prove something to you, people. I'm fit to prove something to you with the little clips that they just shown. Good. I got everything that I need now. Okay. So that's cool. So let me see. All the other stuff. Yeah, no. Okay. Let me get a picture of that. Since this is a crystal clear cut picture. Okay, I'm gonna get a picture of that. And then I just need this little clip right here. We all seen this. So let me get this last little clip and then that's it. And that's all that I need, people. So this clip right here. Yep. Let me cut it right there. And then let me get this little clip right here. Play that a little bit. Okay, and just that little clip right there. That's all that I need. Cool. So after I do this, peoples, then I can show you what I'm doing. So let me do this real quick. Because yeah, that's perfect. I'm gonna get that picture right there. That's a perfect picture right there. Bingo to the bingo, peoples. See, peoples, this is why you need to go ahead and do your homework. Because when you do your homework, then you can be able to pull out things and stuff and not just take people's word for it. A lot of the stuff that is, you believe is going on and whatnot. I don't like to take people's word for it. I like to look at things for myself and continue to keep being probative and look at things for myself, do my own research and stuff, because you're always going to find it if you look hard enough. And blessed be to God that I have people who I can sit and talk to and stuff about this case and can really look at things that I've never even seen. There's some things, some videos and stuff I never even seen. I didn't see everything, and I didn't have to see everything and stuff, to bolster my claim and prove my case. But that of what is showing, I am going to prove my case with that of what they're given. I can tell you that much. Yep, I can stand 10 toes down with what I say too. And so let me get this thing right here. I'm gonna get this photo right here because see, people's photos is worth $1 million. People's. See, all of this other stuff I really don't need. It's just one more photo that I want to get right here. One more photo that I want to get right here. Yes, of them supposed right there. Let me back that up. Because this was just, okay, that right there. And that's all I need right there. Get that picture. Bingo. Okay, so let me delete this. Let me go back and bingo. Let me see. What is this right here? All right. So let me get that photo. Okay, so I don't need that little thing. Okay, let me see. Okay, that little clip, that little clip, that little clip, and that little clip. All right. So now I can show you what I'm doing, people. So let me share my screen. I can show you now what I'm doing. So let me go ahead and let me share my screen. Since now I've got all of the little clips that I needed and stuff. So let me share my screen, people. So this is what I'm doing. So I'm going to save this. I'm going to save this part right here. And I'm going to save this as save this movie as Kanika. I'm going to save it as the real Kanika. Let me see, the real Kanika Jenkins. Okay, I'm going to save that as the real Kanika Jenkins. Save that. All right, so I'm going to delete these three. And delete these three. And then I am going to process this. And I'm going to save it as excerpt in TY's Live. In TY's Live. Okay. Same as timeline. Save it to my downloads. All right. Bingo. There it is right there. Now I don't need that. So let me go back here and let me undo. So I'm going to delete that. I'm going to close the gap on that. And then I'm going to close the gap on that. And I'm going to just get that little excerpt right there. Delete that. Copy this little excerpt. And I'm going to put down Kanika and TM. I want you to notice something, people. So I'm going to show you. Just watch. TM. Same as timeline. Process that. Oh, no. Edit. Oh, yeah, that was the whole video. Okay, so that's cool. So let me go back here. Let me go back. Okay, so I'm going to delete this one. I'm going to call up this one. And I'm going to delete this. Okay, and so I'm going to name this Kanika and TM in bedroom. So let me go make sure that we're back up on that one. Okay, so here I'm going to have to do a little bit of editing because I don't want all the extra stuff. I don't want all of that right there. So we're going to trim it. And move that. We're going to delete that. Nope. I'm going to undo that. Okay, let's see. It's going to start there. Yep, it's going to start there. That's what I didn't want. So let me close the gap and let me see. Okay. So what I'm going to have to do is put this on a different timeline. And let me close all the gaps. All right, let me delete that. Nope. It's not going to do. All right, so let me undo. And let me do it like this. Let me drag the video. Nope, not do it like that. All right, so let me bring it to there. Okay, that's what I want. All right. So let me process it right there. And Kanika and TM in the bedroom. All right. Same as timeline. Export that. Just got it like that. Cool. Now, let me go back and let me get this last excerpt. So let me go back. 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 Back. That part right there. That's what I want. Now, let me close the gap up on that. And let me go ahead and export this. And let me, same as timeline, Kanika and Shemaya in bedroom. Kanika and Shemaya in bedroom. Shamaya in bedroom. All right. Export that. Bingo. And then that's all that I need. Okay, that's all of the clips that I needed, peoples. It's all of the clips that I needed, and everything is in my downloads. All right, cool. Let me empty my trash. All right, so people, so what I got to do right now is I got to go down and pick up my clothes out of the dryer. Let me go do that real quick. So I'm going to play back a little live that I had done, and then we're going to get back and we're going to look at and we're going to examine this. So I'm going to put all of these files into a folder, a new folder. So let me call it Kanika's Clips. Kanika's Clips. So I can easily find it. So we want that one, we want that one, that one, that one, and that one in Kanika's Clips. Beautiful. Okay, and I printed to you. Delete that. All right, Casino Night. Delete that. Delete that. And then not lose nothing. Delete that. And then Diddy and JC is going to do with me. All right, so I got all of that deleted. Now we're going to put the thumbnails in there as well. Put these thumbnails in there as well. Okay, we're going to put that one in there. We're going to put that one in there. We're going to put that one in there. Let's see. We are going to put all of these in there as well. No, we're going to put these in the thing because these are my thumbnails and stuff. So let's go ahead and put all of the thumbnails and stuff in my thumbnail folder. Okay, so this one, this one, this one, this one. Put in my thumbnail folder. Yep, replace some of these. Okay. Put this one, 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 that one, all in my thumbnail folder. PNG. Put that one in there as well. PNG. Put that one and that one in there as well. PNG. Okay. Put all of my PNG things in there and stuff. Any other ones? Okay, this one, and this one. Put that in there as well. Okay, skip on that one. All right, that one's in use. Okay, anything else? Anything else? Okay. We're going to put, okay, thumbnail. This is thumbnail. And I put that thumbnail in there. All right. Anything else I need? Anything else? All of these are little videos and stuff. So I'm cleaning it up. Okay. So all of this I need to put on my external hard drive. All of these are little clips of videos and stuff. So, okay. And keep that on my downloads. Keep all of this in my downloads. Keep that on my downloads. That's crash. Keep that on my downloads. Those pictures in my downloads. Keep all that on my downloads. And all right, so everything is cleaned up. And there we go. And then Kanika's Clips, I'm going to put it on my main thing right here. Kanika's Clips, and it goes down right there. All right, cool. And let me go ahead and delete all of that. And beautiful. All right, so all I have to do is just go to Kanika's Clips, and I can be able to call up all of the little clips in the videos and stuff, which is good. So let me go ahead and go to video file. Let me go to the desktop. And let me go to Kanika's clips. Okay, there we are. And then bingo right there. All right, so with these little clips, peoples, what I want to do is I want to show you the real Kanika. But I probably may have to, these are the little clips that I took and extracted. But with these little clips, I want to play it, and I want to play it in slow motion. So I may have to do it another way. So I'm going to remove that. And then I'm going to share my screen again. And I want to play it in very slow motion. I want to play it in very slow motion. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to Kanika's clips and I'm going to call up that video. So here, let me sort it by view, by large icon. Okay. And then this one right here. Now, what I want to do is I want to play it in very, very slow motion. So let me see how I can play it in slow motion. And enhancement, okay. Where's the speed up on this? I know they have a speed. Player settings. How do I play it in slow motion? I may end up having just to do it in my because I don't, this should have a slow motion thing. Let me see. How do I play it in slow motion? Okay, that is an enhanced stat. That is that. That is that. Let me see. Trim. I don't want to trim the video. I just want to play it. Oh, okay. So I know what I can do. I know what I can do. Instead of playing in the media's player, let me go ahead and let me call up Power DVD. I can play it in there. Power DVD. And where is the clip? Right here. There we go. No, that's Power DVD. And that's what I was playing it in. Not Power DVD. I don't want to play it in that. So let me go ahead and close that up. Okay, don't take 20 years. Just close up. Yep, close the program. Thank you. I'm not going to play it in Power DVD. I'm going to play it in where's my editing software? I'm going to play it in Power Director. I'm going to call it up there. And I know I can play it in slow motion there. Okay, update. All right. Well, I'm having all updates on all of my editing software and stuff. So, and I tell you, it's pretty good too, because the quality of these videos is so sharp. Look at the quality of this. I'm so glad that YouTube really upscale their video processing in their videos when it plays on their platform. Because it used to be in low resolution when we play the videos back. Now everything is in 720 and 1080p and even higher, up to 4K. And so that's why the videos is a lot sharper and stuff. So I can upscale a lot of these videos and clean up the videos and stuff and make it a lot sharper, but it's going to take a lot more memory on my computer. So that's why I bought me a new external hard drive. So when I download my videos in a higher resolution, I can be able to save it onto my external hard drive instead of saving it on my computer. And so, you know, That's what save a lot of memory on my computer and stuff. But see, I'm not saving all of my stuff up on YouTube because see, if you save all of your videos up on YouTube, then if you get stricken or whatever, you know, you you won't be able to have your original videos. So that's why I've always download all of my videos, make sure that I have everything and stuff. So, you know, all right. So I just have to wait for this update and stuff, and then we're gonna play that particular video. And I wanted to show you something, peoples. I want to show you something that a lot of you wasn't really aware of. Okay, so they got new text to video. Okay, yeah, I'm going to definitely use that. And then they got the image to video. And then they got the AI voice translator. So this is all the new stuff. But new project. Cyber found a temporary file that may be project automatic state. Yes, we save it. Yeah, I don't want to delete nothing, just save it. So Power Director has really gone up. Screen records now capturing both on screen and webcam video simultaneously. Click record PC screen, then go to the webcam, tap in screen record preference page recording. Okay, I don't want to try it now. I just want to import these clips right now because these are the things I want to talk about. So let me import that. Let me import that because these are the clips I want to talk about. Okay, what's new? Yeah. I know AI is really on point, and then I'm going to tap into that right there. All right. So this is what I wanted to show people right here. Because see, okay, I didn't want the same thing, but I see the difference in there. All right, so this is what I want to talk about right here. So let me slow the video down, peoples. Let me slow the video down. Okay, how do I slow the speed of the video? Edit right here. And the speed, where's the speed? Video, there's the speed right there. So I want to slow the speed down. So I really don't want to put the sound on it, but I just want to do the speed. I want to slow it real down. Slow it down to about like that. Let me see. Nope. I wanted to slow it down. Making speed changes will overwrite the changes made in uniform that you want to continue. I just want the speed to slow down. So I want to slow it down. Is that the slowest that it will go? Okay, yeah, good. It slowed it down. All right, so what I want you guys to see in this video, peoples, as I slowed it down, look right there. Right there, peoples. Look right there at the recessed teeth. This is Kanika Jenkins, peoples, the real Kanika Jenkins. And I want you to see the recessed teeth in her mouth. And then I want you to see the thing that's on the side of her face. See? That is the real Kanika Jenkins, peoples. I want you to notice the difference between Kanika Jenkins and Kanika Martin because they look just almost alike. And then there you see the little mole that's by her lips right there. But you see Kanika Jenkins, peoples, right? Now she doesn't all the time wear this face piercing thing, right? And then Kanika Jenkins, as you can see, peoples, has a recessed tooth. That is not always prevalent in all of the photos, but you can clearly see it here. And there's another thing that I want you to notice about Kanika Jenkins too, okay, that I'm going to talk about. I want you to notice something, peoples. Look at the ring. See the ring? And 1, 2, 3, she wore the ring on the middle finger. You see that, right? She wore the ring on the middle finger, and she has her hand up against her mouth. Peoples, as you can see, what hand was she holding that ring up on? Holding the hand on the ring up on the left finger. She doesn't have the watch. She doesn't have the scrunchie, but she has the ring. You see that, right? And then if you look at the video, peoples, she has the little marking, that little piercing thing on the side of her face, right there. She has the mole on the side of her face, and she has recessed teeth, as you can see right there, clear as daylight. Kanika Jenkins, peoples. And then there you see the little mole thing right there. And the mole is not always present, peoples. And then you can see the sideburns on Kanika's face right there, as you can see. See that? Little sideburns. So I'm glad that they showed this, peoples, because I wanted to show you the difference between the two girls, Kanika Jenkins and Kanika Martin, peoples. See? Kanika Jenkins had the recess in her teeth. As you can clearly see, peoples. Clearly see that, right? Clear as daylight. It is no mistake in the bacon, peoples. It is no mistake in the bacon who Kanika Jenkins is, because you clearly see it for yourself, peoples. So we're gonna go through this, but I gotta run down. I gotta go get my clothes off the dryer and stuff, and then I'll be back. So what I'm gonna play back is just a little bit of the live that I had did about almost a week and a half ago and things. If you guys haven't seen it, you need to see it, because this is a absolute wonderful live, peoples. And it's called Let's Talk Kanika Jenkins. And I'm going to start that, but I'm going to let me see it. Let me play something so I can, because y'all from London Fog and stuff, y'all the sound is playing. All right, good. So I'm gonna rewind it back to a certain part, peoples, and I want you guys just to watch this till I get back. But I want you to watch this certain part. Now I'll be back in about 5 minutes, peoples. But watch this live, because see, this is some juicy juicies right here. I said this is some juicy juicies right here, peoples. And you need to watch this live, because see, this is going to explain a lot that the people did not know. And you should have known, but you didn't know. Do you understand what I'm saying? But now you know. See, I'm going in, and I'm going in hard and heavy. I'm going in, and I'm going in asking the questions that the people just absolutely could not and cannot express and explain to me or anybody else. Do you understand what I'm saying, peoples? So we're going to understand and have a crystal clear understanding about Kanika Jenkins and that role of what Bree Bree had said and did. Because see, the thing is, peoples, the question that I'm asking the people is simply this: where in the F was Bree Bree? Where was she? Where was Bree Bree? And my question I'm asking the people is, why did they have Kanika's phone and keys in the first place? Why did they have it? And what was Bree Bree doing driving TM's car when TM had already clearly told you that no one drives her car other than her and Kanika, because no one else is on the insurance? Now, Bree Bree would have got into an accident, peoples, and stuff, driving TM's car, but then TM would be liable because Bree Bree is not on the insurance. And then my other question is, if Bree Bree, if Irene had Kanika's phone, well, why would that have to have Kanika's phone when Irene in the very beginning came live on her own phone with music playing in the background? And Kanika was nowhere to be found in the beginning of that video. It was Irene. And it could have been other people in that room, peoples, but it was Irene that was in that room playing the video of herself, recording the video of herself with the music playing in the background. So now, remember in Irene's live, Irene had said, well, you know, this Wi-Fi is buffering and stuff. You can't get a good connection. Well, if they can't get a good connection on Kanika's phone, well, why would they have it in the first place? If they couldn't get a connection with Kanika's phone, well, shit. If they couldn't get a good connection, well, then how the hell did they get a good connection in TY's live? The music wasn't buffering then. Did they have Kanika's phone and playing the music on Kanika's phone? What was it? Kanika had the most expensive phone that you can be able to play music from? Really, peoples? And the music didn't stall, it didn't buffer, it didn't do that in Irene's live when she went live by herself and you heard the music in the background, peoples. So save me that bullshit and madness when you tell me, Edward Joseph, that they had Kanika's phone and they had to play the music off of Kanika's phone. But if they were going by the Wi-Fi was buffering. If the Wi-Fi was buffering at a 4 to 5 star hotel, peoples, what does that tell you? That Wi-Fi should not be buffering because people should be watching movies on their phones. People is going live on their phones. People is playing music on their phones. And so you're spending several $100s a night and you can't get good Wi-Fi? Come on, peoples. Who do you think I am? Willie Popcorn Man? Save that bullshit and madness. Stop sitting here telling me this madness when you can't even think for yourself. If the Wi-Fi was messing up, peoples, how in the hell did they get good service playing in TY's live, all of the music? And they were playing it from a speakerphone. They were playing it from a telephone. So how did they get good music, peoples? And peoples, how in the hell did Irene get good music when she played it from her phone and not Kanika's? Because Kanika was nowhere to be found at that particular time. Now, let me bust your bubble, peoples. Let me bust your bubble. Because see, the thing is, and I wasn't the only YouTuber that did this. Kanika was never at the establishment on the night. She never was. She never was alive on the night. Kanika never made it to the establishment on the night. Did you hear what I said? Okay. So Edward Joseph, you've been saying this forever and a day. But hey, watch the live that I just did. I just proved it. The live that I'm showing you now, go back and watch that live, and I'll prove everything that I'm telling you. Not only Edward Joseph, but another YouTuber, several of them went and did the same thing I did and got the mega data from off of the website of when they had shown the pictures of the young lady in the freezer. And the mega data showed that that girl died on September the 7th and not September the 9th. The pictures don't lie, peoples. I didn't download it and then go and show you the metadata. I took it exactly from the Crown Plaza website. And then Crown Plaza website, from the metadata, from those pictures, is showing that that girl, those pictures, was taken on September the 7th, which is indicative of the fact that the young lady who is on the gurney, either that is Kanika Jenkins or it's not. And if you go back and watch the live that I'm about to play right now, it will explain to you in great detail what I have been saying for the longest time. Now, all of you YouTubers and Facebookers who think you can debunk me upon that, come on and try. Let's have a conversation. Let's have an open conversation, and then let's talk about it. Because see, the thing is, I want you to explain all of the pictures that I have posted up on that particular live. And if you can explain to me in great detail how those pictures came about, well, then it ain't no need to try to have a conversation with me and tell me all about Kanika Jenkins supposedly walking the halls of that establishment and stuff when she clearly didn't, peoples. And before I go, peoples, let me show you this picture right here, peoples. Let me go back to Kanika's. Let me go back to the images right here. Let me go back to Kanika's clips. And I think no. Oh, shoots. Okay, I didn't take it out my editing software. So let me share my screen, peoples, and let me go to this one picture, just this one picture, and then I'm gonna be out of here, go get my clothes, and I'll be right back, peoples. And so let me show you this one picture. Let me go to my editing software, peoples. There's my editing software. Okay, let me go back to edit, and let me go back to that particular picture, which is right here. Let me call that picture up. So let me see where the location of that picture is, peoples. Let me go and open up the Explorer, find that picture. I'm going to put all of these pictures in Kanika's clips. So let me put all of this in Kanika's clips. Every last picture. I'm going to copy that. Every last picture. And I'm going to put it in Kanika's clips right here. Okay. Let me close that up. Let me move this out the way, and there's Kanika's clips, and let me just import it all right in Kanika's clips. Beautiful. Okay, I have nothing there. Okay, so now let me move this down. Let me move this down. Let me go to Kanika's clips, and let me look for that picture right here. Crystal clear, clear as day. And I want you to look at that, peoples, right there. Look at the hair on the side and look at the hair on the side. And then look at the shirt. You see the black line and then the black line. That is the actual shirt. That is not her hair tapered down and looking like that, peoples, as you can see clearly in the picture. It is her shirt, not her hair, peoples. And the same type of look is what you see on the video when the young person, guy, girl, get off the elevator. Now, this was taken. This was taken. This is a very enhanced, crystal clear picture from the video that was upscaled and enhanced from a documentary that you guys have all watched and things. And you can clearly see peoples for yourself right there. Clearly see for yourself. This is not a piece of hair. It's not a piece of hair that's going across the chest and things, because there's the hair right there. There's the hair right there, as you can see, peoples. And the same thing is aligned with the same video that was taken off the elevator. Okay. So now that's one thing. Now let's look at another thing right here. Let's look at this right here. Now look at the back of the hair. Now this is supposed to be Kanika. Now remember, in the video, the hair goes all the way down to the girl's butt. Even when the girl guy walked into the establishment, the hair went all the way down to her butt. Well, this hair only goes down to the tip of the cut off shirt. So we already know that this could not be Kanika, because if it was Kanika, as you guys say, that was supposed to have walked into the establishment, well, then the hair would have went already past her waistline and down to her butt, and not just only taper right there to where the jacket is cut off. Do you understand what I'm saying? And see, I got this video from the documentary of when they talked about Kanika, as well as all of these other clips and stuff. As you see, people. So, and then here we go. Look at J Money. This is J Money, peoples. This is the real J Money, peoples. Kanika Jenkins' uncle, Jonathan Jackson. And this is a picture of the real J Money, who was on the documentary that had spoken about Kanika Jenkins, peoples. Now, when you guys had sat up here and thought that this man right here was someone who walked himself into the establishment and taking pictures and stuff, peoples, we could do the comparison. There is a clear cut, not doctored up image of J Money, who they call J Money. There he is right there in the flesh. And this Negro do not look nothing like that sucker that was walking into the establishment. Doesn't look like him. Do you understand what I'm saying, people? So when you want to sit here and tell Edward Joseph who you believe these people is, well, then my suggestion to you is to go back and do your research and get some good, real, wholesome, authentic pictures and videos. And then go ahead and do your comparison and then come back and talk with me. Is that all right, peoples? All right, so I see my peoples in the house. Let me go ahead and give a shout out to some peoples here, because my peoples came in, and then I'll be back. Hello, Carla Henry. How are you, ma'am? It is a blessing to see you on today. Carla Henry has says, blessings, Edward, in honesty. And honesty has says, blessings, Carla. Hello, Miss Walithia Durham. How are you, ma'am? It is a blessing to see you on today. Miss Walithia Durham has says, hello, Edward. It's been a while, but just know I am still in your corner. Hey, chat, and blessings. And see, I love it when the people come in and bless the chat. I love it. I love it when the people come in and bless the chat. And Miss Durham has come in and has blessed everybody. I know that you may have been busy just like everybody else, but you are always family here. Always family here, and it's always welcome, and it's always a blessing to see you again. And honesty has says, blessings, Walithia. And Miss Durham has says, hello, honesty. And then Carla Henry had says, blessings, Walithia. And then Carla Henry had says, right, Edward. And Miss Durham had said, hello, Carla. And then, hello, Marvin Atkins. How are you, my friend? It is a blessing to see you on today. Marvin Atkins says, what's going on from Pittsburgh, everyone? And honesty has says, hello, Marvin. All right, people. So I think I got everything and stuff. I know that Randall Robinson had made a few little comments about Bree Bree. He said that she has a alien forehead, and Bree Bree animal spirit is like a possum. And so it's one thing that Randall Robinson had said that stood out to me. Randall Robinson had said that Bree Bree was at the freezer when they closed it. That's how Bree Bree knows. Bree Bree was at the freezer when they closed it. That's how Bree Bree knows. So people's, I'm going to come back. I got to go down. I got to go get my clothes and stuff, and I'll be back. But in the meantime, in between time, we're going to get it. We're going to really get into this. But I want to share this video with you peoples. If you haven't seen it, you need to go watch it. It is a must see. And it is clearly called Let's Talk Kenneka Jenkins. Now, I did that 7 days ago, just about a week ago. You guys need to see this video. It is a must see. It's a must see. If you really want to understand where I'm coming from, I did a very comprehensive approach to this and stuff, and in-depth analysis. And it will give you some great insight, peoples, and that of what we're going to talk about on today. Because again, peoples, if any of you think that it is not a Kenneka Jenkins and it's not a Kenneka Martin, well, then you're kindly mistaken. If you think that everybody is the same, then you're kindly mistaken. Because Kenneka Jenkins, peoples, has a recessed teeth. And she has a mole by her mouth. Kenneka Martin doesn't. Kenneka Jenkins is small in frame. Kenneka Martin is much taller and bigger. And I'm going to show you the difference in between the two peoples. Is that all right, peoples? And so we're going to ask the question and see if we can get answers to the question as to, first and foremost, why would the kids, meaning the girls, have Kenneka's cell phone and keys? Why would they have that? And then two, if Kenneka Jenkins was hooshed up on some cocktail called Temperament, well, then how in the hell could she ever walk the halls of that establishment? Peoples, if you ever did your research about Temperament, you would know that Temperament is just like Benadryl in a sense that it will make you sleepy and drowsy. You would not be up walking nobody's halls for no length of time if you had Temperament in your system and you had Hennessy, which is just like gasoline, peoples. I don't drink, but I hear that Hennessy is like gasoline, it's strong. And so if you have two cocktails like that, peoples, it's no way in God's creation, nobody would ever be walking the halls of that establishment. It's just no way. It's just no way. And then two, let me say this for the record too, for the book and for the record. I don't give two rats asses what TM say. What she said in the background and things of that nature. It doesn't make me no difference because see, the thing is, TM had said there was a camera above the freezer. But peoples, if there was a camera above the freezer, well, then you got to help me to make this make sense. How and why was that not the focal point in this particular case? Because if it was a camera above the freezer, if it was a camera above the freezer, peoples, well, then help me to make this make sense. That would have been unequivocal, undeniable proof that the young lady whom you call Kenneka Jenkins would have been caught on video surveillance footage. And it wouldn't have been no question whatsoever who walked themselves, if they walked themselves, in the freezer. But Jeffrey Feiger never mentioned a camera above the freezer. And then the attorneys that TM had before Jeffrey Feiger never mentioned a camera above the freezer. But that's what TM told us all, that it was a camera above the freezer. But nobody ever gave that any play. And see, the thing is, peoples, you can sit here and you can scream about all of the cameras in the establishment, how some cameras will make the people look wide or small or stuff like that. Peoples, I have been a videographer photographer for over 20 years. And I work with all types of lenses and cameras. And you mean to tell me that people who go and they videotape and they take pictures at the NFL games and they're way over on the sidelines or in the balcony and stuff and they zoom down upon players, the players is not distorted. They don't look 10 pounds bigger than what they originally are, peoples. There's peoples who had taken pictures at weddings and things and birthday parties and stuff, professional people, golf tournaments and stuff. It doesn't make those people look any bigger than what they are, peoples. So saying me this bullshit and madness about the cameras is going to make you look awkward and big and fat and all like this and stuff. Peoples, give me a effing break with that bullshit. It's hilarious. And you mean to tell me that any surveillance video camera is going to make people just depending upon the way that it's set up and stuff? People, it's the cameras is all the same. It ain't no wide angle lens. It ain't no short angle lens and nothing like that. All of those cameras that's mounted up on those walls in the establishment is the same. It's the same. The lenses is the same. It captures just the same. It is no distortion in the videos, peoples. It's against the law for them to have videos and things that is not going to truly depict the person. Because just in case that it was ever a murder or a robbery or an assault or anything of that nature, the camera has to depict the person in its actual form. Cannot be distorted. Now, some qualities is a little different. Some qualities, it's a little grayed out and stuff or whatever. It just depending on whatever type of system. But it cannot alter the person characteristics as far as form of body. Cannot do that. It's against the law. Read up on that, peoples. The cameras that you mount in any surveillance area has to be to the degree to where it depicts the person in its original form. Chicago should know because y'all got cameras all everywhere up on the streets and stuff. Shit. Y'all got y'all got cameras on the telephone poles and stuff. Same as in what happened to the Nichols case. The Tyree Nichols case, remember they had the surveillance video camera up on the telephone pole. That's how they were able to get and capture the actual video footage of the cops beating that boy and things. That wasn't distorted. It didn't make him look big or small. It didn't make the officers look big or small. So give me a break with all of this bullshit about all of these different cameras all everywhere, and just depending upon the angle is going to make the person look fat or skinny, short or tall. Bullshit. The camera is what it is. The camera is what it is. And it doesn't have the camera is autofocus. So meaning that it's already a single lens camera that is just going to capture the images that is portrayed before it. That's it. When you see the people walk by, you don't see the video is distorted because it's not changing the perspective of the person. It's autofocus. It's a wide angle camera lens that is just going to show whomever walks by it. But it has a sensor on there that shows you that if anybody is before the camera, it's going to show you a box. It is called a detector. It's a red line that shows you somebody is moving. It's a tracking motion camera. It shows you whether somebody is walking in, and that's why the box light up and stuff. But it doesn't distort the video itself. So understand that, people. So when the people say, "Oh, well, no, the camera angles and all like this is going to make the people look fat or skinny," no, that is stupid ass people who's taking manipulating the photos and things. Show me one crystal clear picture of the supposed girl Kanika Jenkins inside of that establishment. Every last picture or video that you see, the face is distorted. And why is it distorted? It's because there was a girl playing Kanika and not Kanika herself. It was a girl playing Kanika. So just because the young lady or the young man or whoever it was and stuff had on the same attire as was Kanika, as you see in this picture right here, same similar attire, I should say, doesn't mean that it was Kanika. Kanika was not omnipresent. Kanika cannot be in two places at one time. Do you understand what I'm saying? And then when you want to go by timeline and you want to go and factor in a timeline upon this video footage, well, then what timeline are you going after? Because I clearly showed you in this live that I'm about to show you now, that the timeline that they gave you is two different timelines. One is the actual timeline on the video footage, and then two is the actual timeline that is playing from a player that the people can set as a timeline and make it like an hour or 2 hours off or whatever. It's a player's timeline versus the actual video footage timeline, peoples. And that's why you don't see that timeline embedded on every video that is ever shown on the cameras. And all of those cameras are the same, peoples. It ain't no different cameras. It ain't no different camera. The camera ain't no different from in the freezer. I mean, in the kitchen, then in the hallway, then in the front lobby, then showing down Chandel's lane in an employee's area. It is the same camera. Go look at it for yourself. There's plenty of videos that you can clearly see the camera. And then go and do your research for Rosemont and look at the case files and things, or look at the specs at the cameras that the Crown Plaza had used. They didn't use different cameras. It was the same camera throughout. It will be stupid to use different cameras because with different cameras requires different software. It wasn't no different cameras used, peoples. And every camera that was those cameras that they had was just real basic, low quality cameras. That's it. It wasn't nothing fancy about them. It was just little square white boxes that just record video footage. That's it. Nothing special, nothing fancy about it. They wasn't high def cameras. Little basic little surveillance cameras. And they wasn't even your high-tech cameras that they have out now, you know, the little round looking cameras that captures, you know, high definition. This shit was so basic and played out. It was crazy. For a 4 to 5 star hotel like they have, you would thought that they have some good wholesome good wholesome expensive cameras, but they didn't. They had basic shit. And you can even look up the make and model that they use, and they sell that shit up on Amazon. Peoples, a plain Jane basic model. Unlike these high-tech high rises and stuff that use some sophisticated shit. That shit that Crown Plaza was using was garbage. And it was a reason why they used that, because of the shit that they do at that establishment. Now, if you really want to get into the nitty gritty, peoples, come on, because that's my side of expertise right here. And I'll educate the F out of you and teach you something. And then send you on to your mama. And then let her test you out and see what knowledge did you obtain. See, people, when you want to sit up here and you want to tell me all about the Kanika Jenkins case and stuff, and this and that and the other, well, then you better come prepared, because I come prepared. And I come and I give you what I am telling you, and I stand 10 toes down upon it. And if you feel that you can debunk me, well, then come to my live and debunk me. Come to my live and shoot your shot and tell the people what you believe that you know. Because I will do a song and dance around you, and I will run rings around you, and I will embarrass the F out of you big time. This is why I continue to keep coming back. And every time I'm coming back, peoples, I'm coming back with something even more greater than what I had shown beforehand, to bolster my claim, to bolster what I'm saying. Because if any of you believe that Kanika Jenkins ever walked the halls of that establishment, well, then in the live that I'm about to show you, explain to me how it happened. Explain to the people how it happened. You can't. You absolutely can't. And that's the difference between me and what I say and you and what you believe. You can't explain it. You can't get Kanika out of Irene's live. But yet you're going to sit up here and you're going to tell us that Kanika was in TY's live, and that was Kanika standing up by Tanasia. Why in the F would Kanika stand up by Tanasia in TY's live when the girls, Monifa and Shemaya, had said that they had taken Kanika out of when that had taken Kanika out of Irene's live, and they said that Kanika was at the elevator at the time to when they took her out the room. People, that is bullshit. Total bullshit. Because if they took Kanika out of Irene's live, or out the room with Irene now, well, then how in the hell did she get in TY's live? How in the hell did she stand up and veer back from Tanasia when Tanasia said, I'm going to give this girl over there this cup? But peoples, the girl in the chair had on the same ring that Kanika Jenkins was wearing. But Kanika Jenkins wasn't wearing a ring in the freezer. Do you understand what I'm saying? Oh my God, people, see, I just opened up a whole new can of worms. You not listening to me. I said, you're not listening to me. Let me go back for a moment, people. So can I go back for a moment right here? And can I just show this real quick here? Do you see that ring right there on her middle finger? You see the ring right there, right? She was wearing the ring on her middle finger. And that's Kanika Jenkins, people. You see the ring on her middle finger, people. See that, right? And then you saw in this one right here is she had recessed teeth. Right there. Bingo to the bingo. See that, right? I want you to see that. You see that, right? You see, Kanika Jenkins has recessed teeth. Kanika Jenkins has dimples, peoples. Kanika Jenkins has big lips, glossy lips, all the time wearing gloss on her lips. Never, not once, did you ever see Kanika without gloss on those lips. But look where the recessed tooth is, peoples. Look where the recessed tooth is. And then look at the top of her teeth, and it's all straight. But there's a recessed tooth right at the bottom. You see that, right? Okay. I want you to see that, peoples. But then, bingo, right there. There's the ring. And if you go back and you look at a lot of the videos and pictures that Kanika had taken, she all the time wore that ring. But the young lady that was in the chair in TY's Lie had on the same ring, but it wasn't Kanika Jenkins. Because according to the metadata that was up on Rosemont website, the girl who had died in the freezer had died on the 7th and not on the 9th. And the girl in the freezer did not have on a ring. Do you understand what I'm saying, peoples? And one of the reasons why they kept the person's mouth closed is because they did not want you to see certain features. One of the features they didn't want you to see is the mole up on Kanika's mouth. Let me go to the other picture, peoples. Let me go to the other picture, people. So let me show you the mole that is by Kanika's mouth, peoples. Let me show you the mole. Here's the mole right here by Kanika's mouth. Kanika Jenkins. There it is right there. There's the mole. See that? Look at the lips. You see that? I said, do you see that, peoples? There's the mole right there. Okay. Now, let me go and let me show you another picture of Kanika with the mole, peoples. Well, in this picture, you can't see it. Let me show you the other picture. Well, in this picture, you really can't see it, but it's there. But you can clearly see the ring. You clearly see the ring, and then you can see the little piercing on the side of her face, which sometimes she's wore and sometimes she didn't wear. But you clearly see the ring right there, people. See it right there, right? I want to show you something, people. I want to educate you up on something because now you guys are like, oh, damn. Yeah, man, with Joseph, you really doing this. Okay, so let me show you the mole, peoples. There's the mole right there. There's the sideburns. And then look how she's puckering up her lips. You see that, right? Peoples, did you not know that this is Kanika Jenkins? And then you see look at the double line right here. Even though she has the neck thing, you can see the line under that, and then you can see the line above that little neck thing that she's wearing. Clear as daylight, peoples. There it is right there. You can clearly see it. Clear as daylight. See the line, and then you see the line right there. See the mole. See the puckering of the lips, peoples. And see, Kanika had booty lips because you see the bing bing right here. See that little gap thing right there in the lips, and then the bing bing, the highlights on her lips. And you see how Kanika all the time pucker her lips and stuff. And then TM is trying to do the same. That's Kanika's trademark right there. That's what she does, peoples. I said that's what Kanika Jenkins does, peoples. Y'all see that, right? Okay, so now let me go a little further, peoples. Let me go a little further here. All right, so gotta exit this if I can. Okay, my computer had froze up a little bit here. So what's going on here? All right, people, so I'm back. I don't know what I did. I clicked myself off StreamYard. I don't know what I did. I think I went way, way back too far. All right, so yeah, I did do that. So I clicked off, but it had locked up on me. All right, so let me go back and let me share that again, peoples. Let me share that image again. Let me share that image again. Where is it? Right here, peoples. So let me share this, peoples. Let me share this image right here. Okay. Now, here we go. Remember, the picture is in reverse. Picture is in reverse because they are taking a selfie. You see that? You see the recessed tooth, but if we was to revert it around, this would be on the right hand side. And so we really can't see the little mole because the way in the angle of the picture. But as you can see, there's the double line right there on her neck. As you can see, there's the dimples and things. You can see her eyes and stuff, and you can clearly see her teeth. But you can see the recess in her teeth right there. You see that, right? And so because of the thing is cut off, I don't know if she's wearing that little piercing in her face right there. Okay, but remember, she is taking a selfie, peoples. All right. So let's take a look at this one right here, peoples. Let's take a look at this picture right here. Now, you see her smiling, and then you see her puckering up her lips. One, she's smiling. One, she's puckering up her lips. But in this picture, you can clearly see that ring right there. And the one thing that you do notice, people, is that many of you haven't noticed is that she is wearing a light blue nail polish now in this picture. She's wearing a light blue nail polish in this picture. Y'all see that, right? And she doesn't have white nail polish, but she has on that ring. People, it's that same ring. Y'all see that, right? Clearly see that. And so look at how she's smiling. One, she's smiling real hard, showing her dimples, and one, she's semi puckering up her lips. And she's laying down. She's laying down, as you can see, peoples. And she has like a little honeycomb like something that's behind her and things, as you guys can see. But this is a younger version of Kanika, as you guys can see. See that, right? So, throughout the times, throughout the ages and stuff, it changes and stuff. Let's go back to this picture right here. Here we go again. Puckering up the lips. There's the mole right there. There's the lines in her neck. Then there's the sideburns and stuff. as you can see. See that, right? So, different pictures that sometimes the mole is present and sometimes the mole is not present. Sometimes it's demonstrated and sometimes it's not. Let's look at this one right here. Okay. Again, it's another selfie. Look at her lips. So she sort of kind of pucker up her lips, but she has on the sideburn. Now, understand, people's Kanika did not always wear the straight hair and stuff. You see that she has a hair that's braided along the front line, the frontal of her head. And then the hair just goes back and, so she had different hairstyles. Not always the hair just laying down and parted right in the center, as many of the photos show. But this is a younger version of Kanika, as you can see. Puckering of the lips, sideburns and stuff. Remember, she's taking a selfie. So the little mole that's on the side of her lips is not going to always be present. And this is what confuses the people when somebody is taking a picture of them and they're taking a picture of themselves. Yeah, see that, right? So, and then let's look at this right here, peoples. And there's another shot of Kanika right there, peoples. And then she has the part that's kind of sideways up on her head instead of dead center. And you see, look at her hair. If you look at her hair is all the way going down to her butt right here. You see that? See how the hair tapers down to the pocket? The pocket is to her butt. So that's how long the hair is. Not just to the jacket, is down to her butt. Look, and even in this picture, and she's kind of standing upright right here, is down to her butt, not to her jacket, as you can see right there, people. So now when we go and we take a look at this other picture right here, let me go show you this other picture right here, peoples, and show you this one right here. The hair only goes to the length of the tapered jacket and not down to her butt. You see that, right? I said the hair only goes to the edge of the jacket and not to her butt. But the person that had walked into the establishment, the hair went all the way down to the butt and not just stop at right here to where the jacket is showing, a cut jacket. So it couldn't be Kanika here. Because if you say that that's Kanika walking into the establishment, well, that girl's hair went all the way down to her butt. But here, the hair only goes to the edge of the jacket. And it's not full flanged hair that is behind the head. It's just only a little strand back there, peoples. So see, it's these little details that Edward Joseph is all the time pointing out, peoples, that you guys fail to realize. Do you understand what I'm saying? See, when you want to sit here and tell me all of these people is Kanika, well, then my question to you is how? How could every person in every picture be Kanika when you look at it and everything doesn't match up, peoples? The hair length doesn't go all the way down to her butt. And I don't care if she's sitting down. Still, if she's sitting down, she's standing up, the hair should go down to her butt if it was the same girl who was walking the halls of that establishment. And as I have just shown you, peoples, that Kanika Jenkins had different hairstyles. And she didn't always wear the same type of hairstyle with the part centered in the middle of her head. Peoples. No. No to the no peoples. And see, these are the little details that the people failed to realize and understand. So peoples, when you want to tell me that this person is Kanika and that person is Kanika, I'd say do your homework before you come talk to me. Make sure that you have done your homework. Make sure that you understand that of what you're saying. Make sure that you looked at every inch of that person's body before you ever utter a word to me. Do you understand what I'm saying? So now, this is a scene that was where was the scene? Because it certainly wasn't in Irene's live. And I can tell you why it wasn't in Irene's live, because in Irene's live, the mirror wasn't in the center of the room. Do you understand what I'm saying? Peoples. In Irene's live, the mirror was by the door, by the bathroom. Oh, you don't believe me? Let me show you, peoples. Let me show you, peoples. I'm glad that you still are still trying to say Edward Joseph. Nah. Well, let me show you right there, peoples. Unequivocal and undeniable. There it is right there. They were in the bathroom, and there's the mirror right there. And there is Kanika Jenkins standing right there by the mirror. The mirror was not centered in the room by the bed. There's the mirror right there, peoples. And then there's the mirror right there in the center by the bed. Two different rooms, peoples. I said it's two different rooms, peoples. And someone took this shot and they're trying to portray this person as being Kanika Jenkins in the room. And people's, look, this was a video. This was a video. You see the play button right there? It was a video. Bingo to the bingo peoples. Okay. So then the question is simply this then. Where did you ever see this in Irene's live? You didn't. You never did. You never did. You never seen this in Irene's live, peoples. You never did. Let me show you a little clip of Irene's live, peoples. This is just a little excerpt. That was a little clip in Irene's live, and that was so quick. That's the little clip in Irene's live. That was so quick. And so I have to play that in my video editing so I can slow it down so I can show you peoples. But that was just a little clip in Irene's live. Okay, let's take a look at that again, peoples. Let's go move quickly. See that? So I have to show you that video, peoples, in Irene's live, peoples. And so let me change this. So where is this right here? So I'm going to have to remove this one. And then I'm going to have to call up this one. So this was not taken in Irene's live. I said this video footage was not taken in Irene's live, peoples. Do you understand? Now, do you understand and see the difference? So see, peoples, this is my expertise. This is my expertise. And this is why I try to educate many of you when you guys are trying to show little clips of different things and stuff. I'm telling you, because I can clearly walk through Irene's live and I can clearly walk through TY's live. And then when I find little clips like this, I show you unequivocally and undeniably that what you are saying is false, is fictitious, is hilarious, and nefarious, because all you're doing is just speaking that of what some other person had stated. Two different rooms, two different scenes, peoples. And as you can see, the hairline only comes to the edge of the girl's jacket, but the hair that was demonstrated in the kitchen and in the video of the person walking into the establishment, that hair came all the way down to the butt. Okay. Do you understand it now, peoples? I said the hair only came down to the butt, peoples. See? That's how I can prove my stance, peoples. More so than listening to all of these hilarious and nefarious people try to say some things and they don't even know what the hell they're talking about, peoples. What the hell that they're talking about. Let's look at this right here, peoples. See, there is Kanika Jenkins, peoples. And Kanika Jenkins has what? She has a recessed tooth, clear as daylight, peoples. There she is, clear as daylight. It's Kanika Jenkins, peoples, with a recessed tooth. That's how you know the difference between Kanika Jenkins and Kanika Martin. Kanika Martin doesn't have a recessed tooth. Kanika Jenkins does. I said Kanika Jenkins does, peoples. Do you see that right there? Clear as daylight. There she is right there in the flesh, peoples. With a recessed tooth that you can clearly see in her mouth. Kanika Jenkins, peoples. And with glossy lips, peoples. See, it ain't no mistaking the bacon, peoples. There she is right there. And then for the final, and I'll be back, peoples, because I got to go pick up these clothes. I'll be back. But let me show this, peoples, right here. Let me show this Kanika's clips, peoples, right here. I said, did you see that, peoples? Let me rewind it again. Let's play it. That's Kanika Jenkins, peoples. I said, that is Kanika Jenkins, peoples. Right there. If there's ever any mistake in the bacon, there she is right there. And look at the sideburns on the side of her head. Right there, peoples. Side of her face. That's Kanika Jenkins. Okay. See? You can learn a lot, peoples, if you listen. There it is right there, peoples. And look at Kanika's mannerisms. Look at Kanika's mannerisms, peoples. You can tell Kanika because Kanika was goofy. Bingo to the bingo, peoples. All right, peoples. I'm gonna go pick up these clothes. I'll be right back. Thank you guys for hanging in there with me. Let me go ahead and let me share my screen. I'll be right back, peoples. I promise you. The Lord says the same. I'll be right back. But let's go ahead and watch this, peoples, and I'll be back. Let's go. Whatever and stuff, you know. But that's what she had. And there's Monifa sticking her tongue out, and there is Shemaya. And Shemaya is doing the video in the mirror. So she can incorporate all of them in the video. This is the still photos right here. And then here it is a crystal clear picture of Kanika. There it is right there. And then here's the crystal clear picture of Kanika holding the cup. Now, as you can see in the video, peoples, Kanika has on the black band. And then around here, around her wrist, there you see the little red band right there. It's around her wrist. There you see Kanika with the white fingernails. And then there you see Kanika, whose hair is covering part of her breast right there. And her breast is hanging down right here, as you can see. So the breast, the bra is not covering the whole cleavage of the breast, but it's hanging down at the tip, as you can see right there. Y'all see that, right? Okay, look at it again. See that? The breast, the bra is hanging down. So Kanika's breast is not hanging out. Kanika's breast is hanging down. You see that? You see that, right? Okay, so look at that, because that's going to be so significant in what I'm about to show you next, peoples. Okay, and then there is Kanika Jenkins right there. There you can see right under her neck, there's the two little lines that always demonstrate Kanika Jenkins, because Kanika always had those two little lines under her neck. And Kanika all the time is perking up her lips, and Kanika all the time has the part right in the center of her head. And then you can see the profile of Kanika's head in the back in the mirror right there. And there's Kanika Jenkins right there, peoples, in the flesh, in the bathroom with Monifa and Shemaya. And I was in the video. This is the real Kanika Jenkins, peoples, right there. Okay, y'all see that, right? Now, I want you to notice something, peoples. Notice how thin Kanika's face is right here. Y'all see that, right? Notice how thin it is. See that, right? Okay, so now when we look at that picture versus the picture of her in the freezer, look how bloated her face has gotten. Look how swollen her face has gotten. See that? Look how swollen her lips is and stuff. And look. See that? Look at it, peoples. Because there she is right there. That's Kanika Jenkins right there, peoples. What she was looking at in the bathroom and what she's looking like in the freezer. See that? See how swollen she got? And so she transformed from this to this to this. And look at it. They took off her wig and stuff. Now the bruising around her eyes and everything is so pronounced now. See that? Around her eyes, around her lower eye, around her eye right here, around her eye right there. And then look at the scar around her lips. And then you can see the bruising up on her forehead and on the side right here and up right here. This girl was beaten. She was beaten. Clearly see that. There it is right there, people. It's in your face. So how do you go from looking like this to like this to like this, and then all of a sudden you come out the gurney and you're looking like this and you're decomposed? How? And you say, oh, well, no, that's a video and stuff. People's look. Don't be stupid. I took the video straight from Leave No Witness, and I did a screenshot of it. And even in the video, from the distance from where the camera was, you can clearly see the girl's face was decomposed. It was all bloated. Doesn't take a rocket scientist to see that and figure that out, peoples. Nobody distorted the camera or anything, because we clearly see the officers walk out of there. We clearly see them take the body out of there. We clearly see him uncover open up the bag and lift her head up and stuff and laid it back down, the thing under her neck, so her head can be elevated and things. And then you heard what Teresa Martin and Lenora Harris had said. We did not see her full body. The only thing that we seen from was the head on down. We did not see her neck. People, that is unusual for any funeral home to have any cover tucked up all the way to the neck. Why the neck was covered right here in this photo? And then you have to ask yourself the question, why is the neck covered in this photo with the hair? So what? She's just going to lay down and she's going to sprinkle hair all over her head and cover her neck like that, peoples? Really? Think about that for a moment. And then here at right here, why did they cover her neck? I tell you why. Because it was just like what TM had said. My daughter did not die in a manner to which you guys thought. She did not die under hypothermia. She died because she was strangled. She was strangled to death. That's why TM did not want to tell you what happened to Kanika. She did not want to tell you what happened to Kanika because she knew what happened to Kanika. Kanika was strangled. She was strangled. Clear as daylight. She was strangled, and TM did not want the public to know, because if they did, they would have found out, peoples, that it was a murder. Kanika was murdered. It wasn't no accident. If all of you people think that this girl laid in a freezer on her own accountance, then what you're saying is Kanika caused her own death. And if you believe that Kanika caused her own death, then guess what? You are stupid. You stupid. Nobody else is stupid but you. You're stupid. All of the evidence is in your goddamn face. Open up your eyes and see. I don't fucking care about any other thing in this goddamn case. Explain to Edward Joseph and all of the people, how in the fuck could this girl have walked into a goddamn freezer and put the hair around her face like that and put her hand under her chin like that? Why in the fuck would they keep the covers all the way up to her neck? And why did they keep the covers up to her neck at the Crown Plaza in the kitchen? Peoples, look at all three pictures. And it doesn't matter what your philosophical views may be, you have to agree with one thing. Everything is covering her neck. And the only picture that is exposing her neck is this right here. It's right there. It's the only picture out of this whole entire Kanika Jenkins case file that you ever see her neck exposed. And there it is right there while she was alive. and not while she's dead. So if she can show her neck in a picture that she's taken with her friends, why isn't it that the people can't show her neck while she's deceased? Help me to make that make sense, peoples. See, I don't care what your philosophical views is, because see, that ain't answering my question. I just need you to answer my question. How did Kanika Jenkins get into the freezer? Well, when they originally told you that she was found in the dock area, but then they changed it to the freezer. And now we got this fictitious, hilarious, and nefarious girl who was supposed to be walking herself to the freezer. So, peoples, why do we see the video of her just walking to the freezer and not walking in the freezer? Where's the other video footage? Where is the video footage of Kanika walking herself in the freezer? You never seen it. You never seen it. You never seen it. So if you never seen it, why in the fuck are you guys believing it? Help me to make that make sense. And then if TM was as straight up of a character and stuff, well, why did she go ahead and close the case to where the people couldn't find out what happened to Kanika? Because she knew it was a murder and not a accident. So y'all up here saying that, oh, well, Kanika was a prostitute, Kanika was this, Kanika was that. Well, Kanika was young and she was charismatic and she was vivacious and, you know, she was out there. She's a hoe and she knows she was a hoe. How do you know? Because Edward Joseph told you so. She was a hoe, just like Monifa, Shemaiah, and Bree Bree. Round, probably selling their kitty or giving up their kitty. Other guys wanted the kitty, but they couldn't give it because she wouldn't give it to them. You know? Yeah, her friends even told you themselves that Kanika would dip off for hours and then come back. That wasn't uncommon. Kanika was young. So when you people want to sit around here and say Kanika only gave it up to Rico, that's bullshit. Y'all hold on. All right, people. So for all of you people who just think that Kanika only gave it up to Rico, you stupid. You heard Lenora say, "Oh, well, my sister only had 2 boyfriends, and even tampons hurts her." Well, if tampons hurt her, well, we already know that Rico, got a baby. Kanika was pregnant, so how could tampons hurt Kanika? And she was pregnant at one point. See, you guys listen to all of this madness, and then you guys want to spread out all of this madness and stuff. But if you ever paid attention to what really happened, then you wouldn't be believing this bullshit. If tampons hurt Kanika, then she wouldn't be having sex, right? If tampons hurt Kanika, then she wouldn't have wanted to have a baby. She was having a baby. We've seen pictures of Kanika being pregnant. Kanika lost the baby. But if she was going to have that baby full term, peoples, the baby probably would have either she would have had a cesarean section or the baby would have had to come out that pee. And if the baby would have come out that pee, guess what? If tampons hurted her, a big baby's head coming out that pee would have killed her. So a little old tiny tampon hurting her and a big baby's head coming out of her. I mean, come on, peoples. What the fuck are you telling, Lenore? What the fuck are you saying? What was your sister down there selling her cat, and you guys didn't want the people to know about that? Y'all tried to put Kanika and hold her in high regard. Kanika was just like a freak like all of the other girls, just like her mama. Can you do a split on a dick? Shit. How in the fuck you think you got here? Ah! All right, you don't believe me? Let me show you, peoples. Can you do a split on a dick? How in the fuck do you think you got here? All right, take it away, Kanika and TM. Tell them, how do you do a split on a dick?
Can you do a split on a dick? Shit, how the hell you think you got here? Can you do a split on a dick? Shit, how the hell you think you got here? Can you do a split on a dick? Shit.
Now look at TM, and she's holding her head, and soon as Kanika say, "Can you do a split on a dick?" Shit. Look at TM. Can you do a split on a dick? Shit. Can you do a split on a dick? Now I want you to notice something, peoples, in this video right here. Look at the recess in the tooth of Kanika Jenkins right there. Clear as daylight. See the topper and look at the lower. See the spacing right there. The real Kanika Jenkins has a spacing in her teeth, peoples. She has a spacing in her teeth. That's the real Kanika. And that has never been corrected, peoples. See that? And you see Kanika is wearing the dark shades and stuff. You see that, right? Okay. And then look at Kanika's oval face, peoples. And look, Kanika has glossy lips. Because why? Kanika wear lip gloss. She's all the time wearing the lip gloss. So when you guys want to sit here and tell me that Kanika had two different types of lip gloss and two different types of lip gloss was found into the freezer. Okay, so help me to make that make sense. Why would Kanika want to wear two different types of lip gloss? And why was one of the lip gloss way up away from her body instead of being close to her body? Why is that, peoples? You do remember that it was two different types of lip gloss in the freezer. So do you think that Kanika Jenkins would be the type of girl that would wear two types of lip gloss, peoples? Hello, Mildred Wilkins. How are you, ma'am? It is a blessing to see you on today. Mildred Wilkins says, hello, everyone. Have a blessed day. And see, peoples, I love it when Mildred Wilkins grace the chat because she's all the time coming in and blessing the people. Peoples, I am back. I'm back. That was a lie that I want each and every one of you to go and watch. That is a live that I want each and every one of you to go watch. Because in that live, I literally tore it up, people's. Man, I tore it up big time. It was absolutely wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. And so, people's, My question is, and it's have always been, where in the fuck was Bree Bree? Where the fuck was Bree Bree? All of this time, we have literally been talking about the Kanika Jenkins case, and I have literally been asking the question, where in the is Bree Bree? Have anybody seen Bree Bree? Have anybody seen Bree Bree? Peoples, you know, in any of this in the Kanika Jenkins case, have anybody seen Bree Bree? Peoples, I mean, it's amazing to me, people. It's amazing to me. Nobody's seen Bree Bree. And so let me go ahead and share my screen, people. So I want to remove this and I want to share this. I want to share this screen here. So let me share this screen. Let me go back here. And let me share this screen, people. And I've been kind of looking through some things people said. I've been asking myself, you know, where's Bree Bree? You know, where in the world was Bree Bree doing all of this stuff that was supposed to have taken place? You know, Bree Bree, we seen her in the beginning, supposedly walking in with Kanika and Shamaya and Monifa. You know, y'all said that was Bree Bree. Bree Bree didn't go upstairs with Kanika and Shamaya and Monifa. If you said that was Kanika, she didn't go upstairs with them. So if she didn't go upstairs with them, peoples, well, then my question is, where was she? I want you guys to take a look at something right here. Let's take a look at this. We're going to explore this thing together. So it says, hold up. She's so fine. Blows my mind. Lights my
What's good, guys? Today is Wednesday, September the 28th, 2022. As you can tell, this video will, of course, be regarding the Kanika Jenkins case. And this isn't going to be one of my regular videos, fact-based. This is just going to be something that I noticed, and it stays on my mind. And here lately, it's really been on my mind a lot. And it pertains to Kanika's clothing, okay? When we look at the footage, and I'm going to show you that, when we look at the footage of her, Shamaya, Bree Bree, and Monifa walking into the Crown Plaza Chicago O'Hare, her pants look significantly different than when she is walking alone through the hotel. Now, I don't mean a different brand. I don't mean any of that. And
all right, people, let me rewind this back a little bit. And we're going to go right there. I want you guys to notice something. Look at the hair. And the hair goes all the way down to her butt. As you guys can see. You see that, right? The hair goes down to her butt, right? But in the picture, in the picture, let me show you the picture right here. The hair only just goes down to the shirt and not the butt. It doesn't protrude past the shirt or the jacket or whatever it is. It doesn't go past that. But in the video, you see that the hair goes all the way down to the butt. But if the hair was going to go down to the butt, the hair should be past the shirt, and it's not past the shirt. So that is unequivocal proof, peoples, that the person in the video is not the same person who's walking the halls of that establishment. Did you hear what I said? See, the thing is, peoples, this is my line of expertise. And I keep trying to educate you people upon the various things that you keep saying that you believe that you see and you don't see. Again, peoples, there is the evidence right there. The hair doesn't go all the way down to the butt. It stops at the lining of the jacket or the shirt that this person is wearing. Bingo to the bingo peoples. I said bingo to the bingo peoples, which unequivocally and undeniably proves peoples that there were several different girls who played Kanika. All right, peoples, let's get back to the video. Let's get back to the video, peoples. I just wanted to point that out again, peoples. Let's go.
Now, I don't mean a different brand. I don't mean any of that. And I'm also, let me make sure I say this loud and clear. I'm also not saying by any means that someone else is in her jeans or someone else is wearing those jeans and pretending to be Kanika Jenkins. Don't get it twisted. Yes, I believe that is Kanika on the footage walking the hotel. But there's something significantly different about her jeans and the way they fit. So I'm going to go ahead and play both of those videos and let you guys look at them. And then I'm going to come back and tell you what I see. We'll do it like that. So I'm going to go ahead and cut to the video now.
Okay, people, so let me rewind the video back. And as you can see in the video, peoples, the hair goes all the way down to the butt. And the hair is a lot thinner than the other picture that we had seen in the kitchen. And that we had seen of the person sitting on the bed, as you can see. But the most striking thing is, people's, right here is the hair is down by the butt. Bingo to the bingo. See that? See that? Bingo to the bingo, peoples. And see, the thing is, peoples, I don't personally know Kanika Jenkins. I don't personally know her. But the one thing that I can say about Kanika Jenkins is that she's a leader and not a follower. And from all of the videos that I ever studied about Kanika Jenkins, she would never follow anyone. She'll always be the leader. That was just her nature. That was just her characteristic. Do you understand, people? I said Kanika Jenkins was not a follower. Kanika Jenkins was a leader, people. And as you can see in the video, you know, the young lady or the guy who walked into that establishment, the hair was all the way down by their butt. Unequivocally and undeniably, peoples. And I have shown you over and over and over again. And there's no denying what I have shown you, peoples. That is unequivocal and undeniable proof. So when the people wants to sit here and portray that Kanika was here and Kanika was there, Kanika was everywhere and stuff, but then show them this video so they can see for themselves that it was several different girls who played Kanika. And I don't understand, and I can't express it enough, peoples, you know. It has already been shown and it's already been demonstrated. Several girls played Kanika. Now, hell of a chick, and I'm being polite today, people's hell of a chick had stated something, people's, you know, hell of a chick had stated something about the pants. And so hell of a chick is going to express to you peoples what you see in this video. Let's take a look. Okay, people. So I want to ask you a question. I want to ask you a question because I don't think that anybody have ever noticed this. Why is it that we see the video footage of all of the kids, Irene and Monifa, Shamaya, Ty, and everybody, Tunisia, and everybody, all in the main lobby, but when these kids were supposed to have walked into the establishment, why didn't they ever connect to the video of them being in the main lobby? Why didn't they never do that, peoples? Why didn't they ever show you any video footage of the supposed Kanika, Monifa, Shamaya, and Bree Bree all walk into the main lobby? Where's that video footage? Where is it, peoples? Because if you can see all of them walk into the main lobby from that area to where they walk from, well, why couldn't you see Bree Bree, Monifa, Shamaya, and Bree Bree walk into the same area in the main lobby? because it was a different day. That's why you will never see the video footage. And all of the 36 hours of video madness that they show you, Trey Gay, Custom Designs, T Slay, and Casey Cloy Overa Sanchez Mendina, and anybody else, they will never show you that video footage because it was on a different day. It was on a different day. And see, the thing is, people, if they show you that lobby footage, then it will show you the actual day that they came in. You do know the lobby footage shows the actual day, right? The actual timestamp and things, because it's embedded in the video. You do know that, right? So this lobby footage, you can show anything and stuff, and then show a different day, different time, and all like that. But when it comes down to the lobby, it shows people in the lobby. Do you understand what I'm saying? It shows who was in the main lobby at the time to when they actually came in. See? That's why they never showed you the lobby footage. That's why when it came down to that point, they cut that off and they never shown you. They never shown you who was actually working that day, who was actually in the lobby. Do you understand what I'm saying? That's why they never shown you it, peoples. I know what I'm saying. I'm telling you. So they come and they coming through the lobby. They don't even show you that video footage, but they can show you all of the video footage when the other kids was in there. But they never show you when the supposed Kanika was supposed to be walking in there with Shemaya, Monifa, and Bree Bree. So what was Bree Bree? Because Bree Bree did not follow them. It did not go up into the room. Bree Bree did not go into the elevator. Bree Bree came up missing at that particular time, right there, when they walked into that main lobby. Bree Bree, Ms. Durham, was nowhere to be found. Yep, you're exactly right, Ms. Durham. Ms. Durham said, Ed, remember that family that stated they were put in footage on a different day. Exactly right. You are exactly right. And that is exactly what I'm saying. That family was put in on a different day. Not the day to when they came, but they put in on a different day. And then they played it back to try to make it seem like they were on the original day that they put them in, but it wasn't. What do you think they did right here? They put these people in on a different day than what they've been. And that's why when you see any video footage of the supposed Kanika, and they're trying to say that she came in on the 9th, she never came in on the 9th, peoples. She was never in where she would have been. Now, you go back and look at any video footage, people, and you try to chronicle all the video footage of every person that came into the establishment and ask yourself the question, when they walked into the establishment, did they immediately show them in the lobby area? You'll never see no video footage of them immediately coming from that area and walking into the lobby. You'll see it later on, but not when they all first walk in. I guarantee you that. You'll never see it. I'm telling you, never see it. I know you'll never see it. And that's the point that I've been trying to make to you all. That's the point that I've been trying to make to you all forever and a day. She never walked the halls of that establishment. And the way that they did these videos, they gave it to you in clips. And the people is regurgitating and repeating the same narrative that they gave you. People, let me do this. Let me do this because I think that you guys need to understand some things right here. Let me do this right here.
Oh, yeah.
What's could Okay, my computer is slowing up, so I have to read some of these videos. Well, I'm gonna give it a second. Oh, I got both of the things playing, so. Nika Jenkins found in the rear dock area, or was she found in the freezer? Because I heard that she wasn't found in the freezer, but she was found somewhere else. Is that to be true, people? Chat.
That's what they said from the beginning.
From the Tiff, what did they say?
She was found in the rear dock, at the rear dock.
In the what?
That's what they said. I said that's what they said from the beginning.
In the beginning. In the beginning, people.
From the beginning.
This is what they said in the beginning.
And then they changed it to the freezer.
Come on. So we got reference of Kanika Jenkins being in the dock area, being found in the dock area, and not in the what? The freezer. Because Tiffany said that's what they said, what? In the beginning. What did they do? They changed it, right? So when they changed it, then what did the people do? They latched on to that narrative and they ran with it. But people, what did I say? I said we are true fact finders, right? So if that's what they said in the beginning, and we have the person on the mic saying, I am in the dock area, what is that telling you?
That they not in the freezer.
That they
didn't find her in the freezer.
Found her where? In the dock area.
Oh, yeah.
Was Kanika Jenkins found in the rear dock area, or was she found in the freezer? Because I heard that she wasn't found in the freezer, but she was found somewhere else. Is that to be true, people? Chat.
That's what they said from the beginning.
From the Tiff, what did they say?
She was found in the rear dock, at the rear dock.
In the what?
That's what they said. I said that's what they said from the beginning.
In the beginning. In the beginning, people.
From the beginning.
This is what they said in the beginning.
And then they changed it to the freezer.
Come on. So we got reference of Kanika Jenkins being in the dock area, being found in the dock area, and not in the what? The freezer. Because Tiffany said that's what they said, what? In the beginning. What what did they do? They changed it, right? So when they changed it, then what did the people do? They latched on to that narrative and they ran with it. But peoples, what did I say? I said we are truth fact finders, right? So if that's what they said in the beginning, and we have the person on the mic saying, I am in the dark area, what is that telling you?
That they not in the freezer.
That they
didn't find her in the freezer.
Found her where? In the dark area. They did not find her in the freezer, but they found her in the dock area. And that is what they said in the beginning. In the beginning, people. In the beginning. And then they changed it to the freezer. And so, just like in the beginning, as I told you, peoples, Kenneka Jenkins never walked the halls of that establishment. She never did. And that's why in the video, peoples, that you see, they never transferred over to her walking into the lobby from this point. They never showed you, as opposed to Kenneka Jenkins, Shemaya, Monifa, or Bree Bree walking into the main lobby. From this point, the video cuts off, and then where does it lead? It leads to a girl of who you call Kenneka Jenkins getting off the elevator and about to walk the halls of that establishment. Peoples, where's the video footage of the supposed Kenneka, Shemaya, Monifa, and Bree Bree walking in the main lobby? I tell you, you never seen it. And why you never seen it? Because she never came on the day to when they proclaimed she did. Ms. Durham has already told you there was a family that was there that they stated was there on a certain day, and then they put them in the video footage on a different day. Peoples. And that family wasn't there on the day to when they had stated, but they were there days before. So if they can do that to the family, why isn't it that they couldn't do that to the supposed Kenneka peoples? Why? So you can't answer that. You can't answer that, peoples. And if they could do that to the family, why couldn't they do that to her? It ain't far-fetched. They did it to the family. So because they did it to the family, they did it to her. Because see, peoples, if Crown Plaza was going to be transparent, real and authentic, well, then the thing is, peoples, simply this. It wouldn't be no reason for them to lie. And it wouldn't be no reason for them to edit any video footage. From the video surveillance, you should be able to go from one scene to another scene, to another scene, to another scene. But that's not the case. They gave you clips. They gave you a narrative. And the more that the people played it, the more that the people believed it. I never believed it, peoples. I didn't endorse that madness. That's why I am ridiculed, talked about, and scorned and stuff amongst the people, because you guys believe that madness. I never did. And I've always stood 10 toes against it and talked against it. Because I didn't go by this fictitious, hilarious, and nefarious timeline that they gave you. I never did. You did that, but I never did. Yeah. Ms. Durham, that's all that they gave was clips only. Clips. That's what I just been playing you guys. Clips. It ain't nothing that you can be able to take from point A to point Z and say, okay, this is the trajectory of what they were going through and doing. Just like the girl who supposedly had walked herself into the freezer. I mean, the clip is that the girl walked back there towards the trajectory of the freezer. But where's the other video that shows her walking in? Where's the other video that shows her in the freezer and who came in afterwards? You didn't see anything else, but almost 5 or 7 hours later, to when we see the woo beverage manager walking around there swinging his keys and coming back there and then coming out and then coming into police pointing. Yeah, there she is. I found her. She's in the freezer. People, you guys said that she was locked in there. She was never locked in the freezer. You ain't never seen him walk in there with a lock, and you ain't never seen him walk out of there with a lock. Right? Right. So how could she be locked into a freezer, and why would she be locked into a freezer if she was brought in there deceased? It'd be no reason to lock someone in the freezer and the person is already dead. What sense does that make? I mean, the person is dead, the person ain't getting out. So what are you locking? What are you locking? Now, if you was to lock a real human being that was alive, that is called murder. And if we go with the premise of what TM had said, that they locked, and what Jeffrey Fugger said, that they locked her in the freezer accidentally, well then, people's, what do you call that? An accident? What do you call that? Premeditated murder? Because if they came and they locked the freezer door and did not open it up to check it, my question is, why are they locking it in the first place? Why are they locking the freezer door? If the freezer wasn't in use, why are they locking an unused freezer? You didn't see any other freezers in the establishment all locked up and stuff, did you? So if the freezer was unattended and it's not in use, why in the hell are you locking it? Why are you locking the freezer and you don't even lock the outside door that leads into the kitchen? Help me to make that make sense. See, people, I think greater than many of you. I think meticulous. I think methodical. I don't just go and share narratives of what people say. If the freezer wasn't in use, why are you locking it? If nothing in there was just nothing but a box of oil, then why lock the freezer? And if you're going to lock the freezer, why was it unlocked in the first place? What do you mean you came back and you locked the freezer and they just so happened to lock her in there? What do you mean? Out of all of this time, why did they just all of a sudden decide to go lock the freezer? I mean, is that common practice, peoples? To go lock the freezer? Or did you say that you locked the freezer to leave the prized possession in the freezer so nobody can get it? Nobody can get to it. Because I don't believe that narrative, people, is that they just arbitrarily just locked the freezer. I don't believe that the freezer was ever locked in the first place, because if the freezer was locked, well, then show me the lock. They showed you everything else, but they didn't show you the lock. They didn't show you a lock. So if the freezer, if that particular freezer was ever locked, where is the picture of the lock on the freezer? You never seen it. What you did see was the outside door or the outside perimeter that leads into that kitchen. It was locked. That was locked. They shown you a picture of that, but they never ever shown you a freezer that was locked back there in that particular area, peoples. You never seen a lock in the case files. Not with a lock on that particular freezer, peoples. Think about that for one moment. You got every other picture in the case files, but you don't have a lock on the freezer. Why is that? And if the freezer wasn't in use, why are you locking it in the first place? If it ain't in use, you wouldn't be expecting nobody to go back there to the freezer, right? Right. Oh my God, people, you guys are making me work way too hard. I said, you're making me work way too hard. Ms. Durham has said all lies and coercion. Sad, still questions like, where is KJ's headstone? This is a family of sadistic actions. Playing with God will not win. Playing with God, you will not win, TM, and all others involved. Exactly. My sentiments exactly. And this is one of the reasons why I am going to be down there in Chicago at the time to when TM holds this hilarious and nefarious tombstone committal, putting a tombstone on the supposed Kenneka Jenkins grave, which I don't believe that she's buried in there in the first place. Why are you waiting 7 years to go and put a tombstone on the grave when you had money? They paid you millions. Why wait 7 years? Because see, peoples, if you ever understood the signs and symbols, 7 is the number of completion. See, I talked about the signs and symbols, peoples. And if you go and understand the signs and symbols, and all of this stuff is demonic, like I have been saying forever and a day, well, then the number 7 is the number of completion. And it's making mockery of our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. People, let's go back and watch the video that I did about the signs and symbols that I talked about in this particular case, and how all of these numbers and symbols and signs that they had incorporated in this particular case lines up with the demonic, with the satanic calendar. I talked about it. I talked about it. Go back and watch those videos, peoples. That's all on my channel. Go back and watch those videos. The significance is called the significance of the signs. And I talked about the numbers and how that incorporates with all of the different things that's happening in this particular case, peoples. Go back and watch it. I talked about it. And so my question is right now, peoples, why did TM wait until the 7th year to go and put a tombstone on Kenneka's grave? Why is that? Well, only she knows the question, peoples. But I can assure you it has everything to do with the significance of the signs. The 7th year is the year of completion. And that's all I'm going to say, peoples. Because you ain't going to debunk me. I know what I'm talking about. Let's look at this, peoples. Why is it that they never shown any video of these girls walking into the main lobby. Again, I'll reiterate, people, and I'll tell you why. It's because they never walked in on the day to when they proclaimed. Because that front lobby footage would have shown a lot more. And if they would have shown that, that would have been unequivocal and undeniable proof that these young ladies did not walk in that establishment on the night as the establishment proclaims that they did. That's why they show all of these videos in clips and not a full run on video. Let's watch this, people, and see what hell of a chick had to say.
Now, what I see when she comes into the hotel, her jeans have a little room in them. Okay. They're not like skin tight, skinny jeans, which, as we all know, were in style in 2017. And some people are still rocking them, and that's cool. But her jeans had some room, even in the calves, a little bit of room in the thigh area. They just fit different. When you see her alone walking, those jeans are skin tight. There's no room in those jeans. Okay. And it makes me think of Genuine song. But here's why I think that is. And this is just my opinion. I'm just giving you my opinion, which I rarely honestly do. But I feel like those jeans are wet. And that's why I feel like they fit the way they do. And they fit differently. They're really tight. All they actually show her shape much better when she's walking alone than when we first see her. Because when we first see her, it doesn't look like she has much shape, but we know she does. and and I really feel like that's because these jeans are wet. Because you can imagine, if you haven't ever put on wet jeans, say you had some jeans in the dryer and they didn't get all the way dry, etc., or you jumped in water somewhere or were pushed in somewhere, whatever, or you got wet outside watering your flowers, whatever, you know that it's hard to get those jeans back on, and they fit different. It's just a whole different fit than dry clothing, and it hugs. um, but I really feel like that's what's wrong with those jeans. I feel like those jeans are wet.
Okay, people, so this is the first time I ever heard of anything like this. How do you get all of that into them jeans? So the jeans is wet? Really, peoples? I mean, I've never heard of anything such as that. No, I never heard of anything such as that. You know, a girl walking around with some wet jeans on. in an establishment. How in the hell did she get the jeans wet? How did they get wet? Okay, so even if we go with the premise of what she's saying that the jeans was wet, how in God's name did the jeans get wet? How did the jeans get wet, peoples? How did they get wet? How did the jeans get wet? You know, she said that the jeans were wet and it hugs her and stuff. So you're gonna walk around the establishment in some wet jeans. How did you get close to any water to get your jeans wet? Did you guys see any dripping water on the jeans or anything like that, people? Was her hair wet? Was her hair sloshing and stuff? So what? She went to the pool of Siloam. She dipped herself into the pool of Siloam, and she was made whole. I said she dipped herself in the pool of Siloam, and she was made whole. You know, I mean, it was stated that Kanika walked straight, but Kanika Martin had walked with a limp. So, I mean, did Kanika Martin go and dip herself in the pool of Siloam to be made whole? And did her limp ease up and she, you know, the pool had healed her body? Did she touch the hem of Jesus' garment and she was made whole? Peoples? All I do is touch the hem of his garment, and his blood has made me whole. Oh, it is Jesus. Yes, it is Jesus. It is Jesus in my soul. For I have touched the hem of his garment, and his blood has made me whole. And his blood has made me whole. Oh, it is Jesus, peoples.
Jesus in my soul, for I have touched the hem of his garment, and his blood has made me whole. Thank you, Jesus, for making me whole.
And all I had to do was touch the hem of his garment, and his blood has made me whole. And see, peoples, I just pray to God that all Kanika Jenkins had to do was just touch the hem of his garment, and his blood would have made her whole. It's amazing, peoples. It's amazing, peoples. It's amazing that this young lady had to endure the suffering and the pain that has been placed upon her. It's amazing, peoples. She didn't even get a chance to be able to live life and to have children, to be able to get married and have a family, and to be able to do some things that these other young ladies is doing nowadays. You guys need to go see Brazy's channel, and he did a video of what Wanifa Shemaya Irene is looking like today. They have a chance to live their lives, people. They have a chance to be able to do some things in this life now. But Kanika Jenkins did not get that chance, peoples. I said Kanika Jenkins did not get that chance to live her life fully. What was cut short. It's cut short, peoples. And in hindsight, peoples, I wish that Kanika could have been just like the young lady with the issue of blood. And as she made her way through the crowd, peoples, all she had in sight was Jesus. And all she wanted to do was just touch the hem of his garment. And it was his blood that made her whole. And that's all that we need to do today, people. So all we need to do is just touch the hem of his garment. Just a touch. It'll make us whole. People, I get so emotional when I talk about this Kanika Jenkins case, because of the simple fact that it could have been my daughter, that was at that establishment and these things happened. But I thank God that it wasn't my daughter, but I am saddened to see that someone's daughter has been done in the manner to which she was. And so people's what I don't understand as I sit back and listen to these people's narratives is how do they come up with the stories that they're saying. Now we had hell of a chick that says that she believes that this young lady's pants was wet. Well, I mean, help me to make this make sense. Because in any clips that you have seen, people's, did you ever see her by any water? You never did. Did you ever see her pick up a cup and spill it upon herself? You never did. And so if you never seen any water, peoples, and if you never seen her buy any water, and if you never seen her pick up a cup and pour it upon herself, well, then help me to make this make sense, peoples. Did she get baptized in the river Jordan like Jesus did, peoples? Did she get baptized in the pool, peoples? And if she was by the pool, who took her there? How did she get water on her pants? Peoples. I don't understand it. I don't understand the logic that people say. This is why I question the peoples. That's why I question the peoples. Must Jesus bear this cross alone and all the world go free? For there's a crown for everyone, and there is a crown for me. Ms. Durham has said all the old school gospel music we don't hear it enough. I pray KJ made it to heaven to see God in Jesus Christ. Pray she was saved. Yes, that was my sincere prayer too. I pray that Kanika knew the Lord as her personal savior. And even in the midst of her wanting to get out and party and things and stuff, people's, if you know Christ, you're saved. If you have accepted Jesus Christ as your personal savior, you are saved. Period. You're saved. Many people think that it is so hard to get into heaven. No, it's not, peoples. All it takes is John 3:16. For God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten son, that whoso believeth in him shall not perish. Whoso believeth in him, that is the key. You got to believe in him. Shall not perish, but have everlasting life. And all you have to do is just believe in Jesus Christ. That he hung, that he bled, that he died, and that he rose again with all power in heaven and on earth in his hands. All you have to do is believe. And once you believe in Christ, people, you're saved. No matter what you do, you're saved. You are saved. And I pray that KJ and KM was saved. And all of the other people who had died, I pray that they were saved, peoples. I pray. My God. Peoples, I just want to play a little bit of this because you guys got me in this mood real quick, and I just want to play just a taste of this right here. Is that all right, people? So if you allow me to, let me just convert just for a moment. Ooh, thank you, Jesus. Now, see, this is the ministerial side of Edward Joseph. You guys know I'm a preacher, right? You guys know that anytime that I tend to start talking about Christ, I have to play my little gospel music. Now, I'm not here trying to preach and stuff because I know many of you are not saved. Many of you are sinners. And oh, go watch that movie Sinners, people. That was a real good movie. It's called Sinners. And I may just go watch it again today or tonight and stuff. I think I'm going to get my ticket again and go watch it again. It's called Sinners. But the God in me, people, the God in me, has to show himself and showcase himself in things and stuff. And so, I just have to take the time out to thank God for blessing me. See, I could have been dead, sleeping in my grave. The time to when me and my son got hit from behind by a maniac driving 100 miles per hour in a car and just fully slammed right behind us. And we were just inches away from being propelled with the contents of the things that was in the trunk of my car could have pierced right through us. Thank you, Jesus. And the Lord didn't allow that to happen, peoples. He didn't allow that to happen. Every time I think about that, peoples, I mean, literally, had my son, because I asked him to sit in the front seat that day, had my son not been obedient and sat in that front seat, he would have died instantly upon impact. Instantly, peoples. And I thank God that I have an obedient child. And I thank God that I was obedient. I was on the phone with Gina, to you, and Trish Hollywood. And I was on the phone right at the time to when we got impacted. Stayed on the phone for a little bit, after the impact and things, and was just totally in shock. Couldn't believe what happened. Yeah, I was on the phone with them at the time of the impact. Couldn't believe it. And we could have lost our lives that day, but thank God that the Lord didn't see fit for that to happen. And so every time that I get an opportunity, every time I get the opportunity, I have to go ahead and lift up my hands and I have to say, thank you, Jesus. So peoples, if you just give me a moment, I promise you I won't be too long, but just give me a moment and let me thank God and praise God in my own way, peoples. Is that all right, peoples? Come on, the Reverend Dr. James Cleveland, and tell us who God is.
God is my protection.
God is my protection. Thank you, Jesus.
God is my all and all.
God is
My light in darkness. Oh. my all and all.
And this is my part.
God is
I used to sing this song with my cousin at church.
my joy in the times of sorrow.
Yes, Lord.
God is my all and all.
And Edward would say,
My today and tomorrow. My God is my all and all.
all right, come on, choir. Let's go.
God is God God is God Yes, he is.
My God, God is my all and all. And see, peoples, if you don't know the Lord and you haven't accepted him as your personal savior, now is the time to accept him, peoples. Now is the time. And so peoples, you know, it is my it is my solemn prayer. So my solemn prayer that the people, TM, Lenore, Irene, Monifa, Shemaiah, Bree Bree, and all of the other people, it is my solemn prayer that they come to a point in life to where they know and accept Jesus Christ as the personal savior. Now, TM proclaims to be a Christian. She's all the time saying, but God, you know. That's what she says. But God. But see, the thing is, peoples is simply this, and I didn't say this. The preacher had said that Teresa Martin, I need you to sacrifice your daughter. That's what he said. Isn't that what he said, peoples? I said that is what he said, peoples. So peoples, if you just bear with me, he said that. I didn't say that. He said that. And so let's go ahead and let's take a look at this, peoples. Let's go ahead. Let's take a look at this, because this is what he said, peoples. Peoples, how many times would you ever have a preacher to preach the eulogy of your daughter, and the man will literally come and say, blank, blank, I need you to sacrifice your daughter. I mean, think about that for one moment, peoples. Now, did you hear? Did you hear what the reporter said? None of the clips, not videos. She said none of the clips. None of the clips had showed Jenkins walking herself into the freezer. That's what she said, right? That's what she said. She said none of the clips had shown Jenkins walking herself into the freezer. None of the clips. And that's all it was clips, peoples. Let me repeat that again, peoples. Let me repeat that again, peoples. And I want to point out something while this is playing.
Video received from the hotel. In the videos, Jenkins appears to be stumbling.
Okay, so now look. You see her breasts? Her breast fell out when the person leaned over, but beforehand, see, the breast is in. And then you look at this point right here in the video, you see, look, the hair doesn't go sideways like that, people. You see that? And you see that little black line right there? That is the top of the shirt that the person was wearing. So Kanika did not have a black line or black outline on her shirt, as you can see, peoples. You clearly see that right there coming out the elevator. The hair does not go in a line like that, peoples. You clearly see that, right? You see the line right there, right? The hair is going straight down, but the hair is not going across. No hair goes like that, peoples. That is indicative of the fact that there was a black line on the shirt. Clearly see it, clear as daylight. Just as I have shown you of the same person that walked into the establishment that had on the same type of shirt. Now, as she walked, the breast is going to pop out. Look.
Jenkins appears to be stumbling out of the
bingo. Now look. You seen the breast pop out. Right there. You see that, right? Look at that. Look at the breast exposed. You see the cleavage right there. See that, right? Okay. So that is indicative of the fact, peoples, that, and then you can see the black lining down here under the breast. The breast pop out. Clearly see that right there, peoples. And the person said none of the clips had shown Jenkins walking herself in the freezer. Let's listen in, peoples.
Out of the elevator, around hallways, and in a hotel kitchen. None of the clips show Jenkins walking into a freezer.
It's a shame that
she said none of the clips. I want you to get that. Clips, not video. Not video. Clips. That's all they show you was clips. They didn't show you video. They showed you clips. You got to understand that, peoples. Understand video versus clips. They showed you clips, peoples. They're showing you clips. You guys can't hear the sound? Can you guys hear me? Testing. Let me turn up my volume on my phone. Can you guys hear me? Oh yeah, you guys can hear me. You guys can hear it. Let me share it again, just in case you guys can't hear it. So let me share my screen again. Now the sound is on. Okay, so I know you can hear it now. Let me rewind that back.
My opinion, I believe she was dead before she got in the freezer.
Rosemont police released surveillance video received from the hotel. In the videos, Jenkins appears to be stumbling out of the elevator, around hallways, and in a hotel kitchen. None of the clips show Jenkins walking into a freezer.
You heard what she said. She said none of the clips have shown Jenkins walking into a freezer. She said clips. She didn't say videos. She said none of the clips. And that's all that they showed you was clips. And you heard what Jenkins' uncle had said. But that's not on TM's side. That's up on the father's side. He said, in my opinion, she was dead before. Let's go back and listen to what he said. Because, see, I didn't make this up, peoples. This is what he said.
was underage drinking.
The little bit that I seen on the on Facebook, you know, it seemed like somebody reached out and grabbed her or something. I don't know. My opinion, I believe she was dead before she got in the freezer.
Rosemont police released surveillance video received from the hotel. In the videos, Jenkins appears to be stumbling out of the elevator, around hallways, and in a hotel kitchen. None of the clips show Jenkins walking into a freezer.
It's a shame that they had all them cameras when her moving around, but they had no cameras right there when she got put in that freezer.
The teen's body wasn't found until almost 24 hours after the family says it made repeated pleas to the hotel and the police.
The young lady said, she said that it's amazing how all of those cameras was around, but there was no cameras when she was put into the freezer. So she don't believe that she walked herself in the freezer. The uncle don't believe that she walked herself in the freezer. The uncle believed that she was dead before she was placed in the freezer. Isn't that what Edward Joseph been saying for the longest time, people? I've said that she did not walk herself in the freezer. I said she was carried. Now, the uncle and this young lady share my sentiments because she said she was placed in there. Well, if you placed in there, well, then they didn't drag her in there. They carried her. Because if they dragged her in there, then we would have seen drag marks all over the floor. We didn't see drag marks on the floor, peoples. They carried her. Did you hear what I said? I said they carried her. They carried her to the freezer.
Mostly peaceful protests followed as the family asked the FBI to investigate the circumstances surrounding her death as attorneys for her mother conduct their own.
Something is being covered up. Somebody's hiding something.
So this afternoon, friends and family pray for justice so they say Kanika Jenkins can truly rest in peace.
I love her. May her soul rest in peace. May her soul go to heaven.
Evelyn Holmes, ABC 7, Eyewitness News.
And you heard what the young lady said. May her soul go to heaven. That's what the young lady said, right? She said, may her soul go to heaven. And that was my ultimate prayer, peoples. May Kanika Jenkins' soul go to heaven. It was my prayer, peoples, that Kanika Jenkins' soul goes to heaven. Now, I want to get to the clip of the friend, Bree Bree, crying at the funeral. Let's see if this is it right here.
After weeks of protest and questions surrounding her death, Kanika Jenkins was laid to rest today. She is the 19-year-old woman who was found dead inside a hotel freezer on September 9th. Mourners cried, screamed, and held one another as they passed the lavender-colored casket. Friends and family wore purple to honor Kanika. Hundreds of people packed the House of Hope Church for the service. Jenkins' death drew national attention. In this surveillance video, she is seen stumbling around the hotel. Jenkins disappeared on September 8th during a party with friends at the Crown Plaza Hotel in Rosemont. The 19-year-old's body was found 2 days later.
Let me do this, people. So let me copy this because I need to. Let me do this right here. Let me copy this. Boy, oh my God, Jesus. My heart, it just gets so heavy every time I talk about this case. Every time. Okay, so this is not it. So I thought that I copied the video. So let me go back to the video. Let me go ahead and share my screen, peoples. Every time I talk about this case, boy, my heart just, oof. All right, so let me go back to the video because I have to copy this because I want to get that little clip right there. So let me rewind this.
After weeks of protest and questions surrounding her death, Kenneka.
Okay, so maybe I can't copy it. So let me see. Put this in here. Yeah, they're making it so shit that nobody can copy this video, but I'm gonna get it. Paste the URL in there. And let me see it. No. So let me do it like that. Nope. So it won't let me do it like that. All right, so let me see. Let me go back to this video. And let me go to let me share. Let me copy that. Copy that link. Now I should be able to download it like that. Should be, but may not let me do it. So let me go here. Let me go down there. Let me see. I'm gonna have to delete all that. Let me paste that and let me see. Okay, cool. So I just want that little clip right there. I want that little clip because that's what I've been was searching for, but now I found it. And let me call this up, peoples. I'm gonna call this up right here. There it is right there. Let me put it in my editing software. Let me put it in here. Okay, and then let me put it in my Kenneka Jenkins clips. So at least I'll have it. Put it right there. Okay, and make sure it's in there. Yeah, it is right there. Cool. Now, this is the part that I want to edit out. I just want this little part right here. Close the gap. I want this part right here. Right there. And so my question is simply this, Bree Bree. Because you're the one who was crying the loudest. You know, you are the one, Bree Bree, that was crying the loudest. You are the one who was crying the loudest, Bree Bree. And this little clip right here is what I want to get right here. I've been looking for this and I don't think I found it. Thank you, Jesus. See, look how God works. God had allowed me to get the various thing that I wanted to get right here. So yeah, I want all of that. Sure do. I want all of that. But that's mostly what I want to get right there. So let me go ahead and get this little clip right here. That little clip right there. Okay, let me cut this off right here. I'll get the rest of that, but this is the part that I want right here. So let me turn on the sound. Let me go and export this. And then I'm going to do same as timeline. I'm going to do Bree Bree at the funeral. Okay, let me export that. Bingo. So open that up. Then I'm going to copy you right to Kanika's clips right there. Cool. Now, let me call that up, peoples, because I want to talk about this young lady right here on the name of Bree Bree. So let me go back to here, StreamYard. And then let me go ahead and copy that video right here, video file. And where's that little clip? I thought that I put it in here. Did I put it in here? No, I didn't put it in here. Okay, so let me go and find it and put it in there. So let me go to here. Oh, it's in my downloads. Okay, so let me go to my downloads. Let me go to my downloads right here. And where are you? Nope, it's not there. So, all right. So it's not there. So what did I do it? What did I do to it? I did it somewhere. So it left me downloads, Bree Bree at the funeral. So I just did it. Okay, so here, let me export it again. Then open up that. Okay, so it's in my downloads. There it is right there. Bree Bree at the funeral. Okay. Now, Bree Bree at the funeral. Let me put it in my clips. Bree Bree at the funeral. Let me put it in my clips. There's Kanika Jenkins clips. Replace the video. Yep, replace it. All right, so it's in there, it says. And Bree Bree at the funeral. Okay, there we go.
Aimed and held one another as they passed the lavender. Aimed and held one another as they.
So I got to put a different face to that because, yeah, I don't know why it has that face on it, but okay. But at least I have it, so I know. All right, so let me go back here and let me call up that video. So let me go here and let me share that video file. Bree Bree at the funeral, right there. Beautiful.
Held one another as they passed the lavender.
So where is it? Right here. There it is. Okay, so let's go ahead and rewind that back a little bit.
Aimed and held one another as.
All right, right there. They passed that lavender colored casket. And this is Bree Bree. This is Bree Bree right here, peoples. This is Bree Bree at Kanika Jenkins' funeral. And she was the one who cried the loudest. And so my question is, Bree Bree, what did you know and when did you know it? Because see, Bree Bree, you wasn't around, ma'am. You came to Irene's live and you sipped a cup. You walked into that establishment with the supposed Kanika, which I don't believe that was Kanika, but you know, anyway, let the people tell it. But at any rate, peoples, and at any rate, Bree Bree, you was in the room in Irene's live. You were in a room with Irene's live. And so peoples, let me go back to Irene's live. Let me share my screen, peoples. Let me share my screen. Let's go back to Irene's live because I got to take a look at something here, peoples. Okay, so let's go back to Irene's live. Let's go here and let's go to Kanika Jenkins, Irene's live. Irene Roberts live. All right. So I don't want to hear you complaining and all of that stuff, Irene. I want to hear you complaining. I just want to just go back to your live. All right. We're going to take a look at that. And see people's, even with leaving a witness video, they shown the kids walk into the lobby, but they didn't show the kids, Bree Bree, the supposed Kanika, Shemaya, and Monifa walk into the main lobby. Why is that, peoples? I said, why is that, peoples? All right, so let's see. Wow. Okay. And see, people's, this is another way that you can show people's videos without actually showing the people's videos. You understand what I'm saying, right? So, you ain't gotta play the sound or anything, but you can simply just go to the thing and show the videos of people without actually playing it. You guys didn't know that, did you? So if you need to play somebody's video and you already know that if you play the video, you're going to get striked, then this is how you can play the videos without getting stricken. Because you're not actually on their channel. And so this is supposed to be Irene on her way to the Crown Plaza. As you can see in the video. So Irene wasn't driving, but she had on her little outfit. As you can see. And so, it's amazing, people's, how a lot of this videos footage surface in things and stuff, but all you have to do is just keep watching, and you'll be able to get it. And so this bitch can't strike me because simple fact that I'm playing the video, but I'm not actually on her channel. And so we can see the video footage right there. And we can see Irene in the car. As you can see, peoples. And it says, Kanika Jenkins, Irene Roberts live on the way to the hotel. You know? So this is ways that you can get around things, peoples. Just in case if you didn't know. Okay, so Let's see here, people. What is this?
And then our argument was, you want to hit everybody was rapping. Somebody, the girl got on the camera and was like this. She said, "Oh, I'm not facing you. Check it out." Somebody gotta play this music. It ain't funny without the music.
Oh, so they're just playing like she was Irene.
Wear check. You look cute, bro. Thank you, bro. Her part was so big. We need to play. Check it out, man.
All right, so let me see. I'm trying to get to a certain point, people. So I want to see Irene slide. Nicola on the Contrary TV.
What's up, y'all? It's your girl, and I'm back with another video.
Okay, not what I really wanted. All right, so let's see here. Happy birthday, Irene. For Irene used up. Guess who? Irene Roberts and Teresa Martin. Team Martin. Let's see here. Let's see what's kind of going on here, people. Man, I gotta cook me something because I'm hungry. All right, so let's see. Brianna Cotton and Irene fight in Facebook. Let's see what's this about. Okay, I don't know what all that is about. Brianna Cotton and Irene Roberts fight in Facebook beef. Okay.
Never gonna change, never gonna change.
So this must have been after the funeral, because that's what she wore to the funeral. All right, so let's see. Irene's live. Okay, so there is that. Here is that video of the picture that I shown you. All right, so I'm not going to play the sound because it sounds so eerie, but let's look at this, peoples. Here's the video of the picture that I've shown you earlier. Now, remember when I told you that that video was not in Irene's live, it was TY's live. And here's the video right here, peoples. Now, they're saying that that's Kanika. Well, okay, so let's look at this, peoples. Because now we got both the video and the pictures of what I showed you earlier. Here's that person in the bandana. And then here's that person that they're saying is Kanika. Right there, sitting down. So let me copy this video, peoples, because I want to do this in very, very slow motion. But I've already told you earlier in this live that that wasn't in Irene's live. I told you that. Didn't I tell you that, peoples? Now look at God. God, thank you, Jesus, because see, this is why I serve the Lord. I tell you, Lord always allows me to validate the various things that I be saying and I be showing peoples. And now I have the actual video of that, of what I had shown earlier, the picture that I copied. Now you guys go back and watch this live and you look at the picture that I've shown you, and I've told you where the hair just only goes down to the jacket. Well, I mean, you got to make it make sense, peoples. So if that's Kanika, well, then who was the girl walking the halls of that establishment? And if Kanika is in TY's live, which they say that that's Kanika, well, then help me to make this make sense. How did Kanika get out of Irene's live? You know, because she couldn't have walked. If this Kanika, well, then that means Monifa and Shemaiah had lied and said that they left Kanika in the hallway. You see how I always go by and justify the various things that I say, peoples? You know, you guys just be thinking that I just be talking out the side of my neck, but I've always proved my stance, peoples. See, I've always proved my stance. Now, here's the little clip that the video that I've shown you, peoples. So, yeah, is this in Kanika's clips? Kanika Jenkins clips? Yeah, it is. There it is right there. All right. Let me put this in my editing software right here. So let's take a look at this. See, I told you from the beginning, in the beginning of this live, that of what they were showing was not in Irene's live. It was TY's live. I told you that because I've shown you that the mirror didn't match that was in Irene's live. And here we have the clip of the video. Bingo to the bingo peoples. I said bingo to the bingo peoples. That lets you know Edward Joseph knows what the hell he's talking about. And now I have the video to prove it. I said I have the video to prove it, peoples. There it is right there. It's in your face. Now let's go back and let's look at this. Now I want to play this in very slow motion. And let me slow it down. And I'm just going to clip this thing. Put it in half speed. Okay, let me slow this down. Let me block out the music. See? Thank you, Jesus. Always can prove my stance, peoples. Told you that without actually seeing the video, that wasn't in Irene's live. Now I have the video to back up what I had said, peoples. Bingo to the bingo peoples. All right, this is maybe way too slow. So here, let me go ahead and fast forward this a little bit. Oh, it's not playing. Okay, here. So let me just edit all of this out right here. And then just get right to it. Bingo to the bingo peoples. Boy, looky here. That Edward Joseph, man. That brother is on hit. You can't tell me what I don't know, peoples. Look at God. God always allow me to go ahead and reference the things that I'm saying and to bring validity to that of what I've been saying, peoples. I don't know why that all the time is showing up. It's showing up on every last thing. So what is that little piece right there? So I need to delete that. How do I delete that? There we go. Now, shouldn't show up no more. Let me close the gap. Okay, good. Yeah, that's all it was. All right, so they repeated it twice. So let's look at this, peoples. Okay, so here, let's spin it around because it's sideways. So here, let's do it like this. And we're going to do it. We're going to spin it around. So let's go to our editor. And let's rotate it around. See, rotate it. Nope, not that way. Let's do it this way. Take the video around like that. And now we got more of the edited clips that we didn't have. And so blessed be to God that the Lord is allowing us to see the edited clips that they didn't want us to see. Okay, 90 degrees. Yep. All right. So now let's look at it. I just want to take it frame by frame. Now they're saying that is Kanika. And then there's the person in the bandana. And then there's TY right there. And that's a girl who And then that's supposed to be Kanika right there sitting down. So let's go ahead and let's bring that back some. And then boom, like I showed you in the picture, see the hair is just cut right at the jacket seam right there. Clear as daylight. Now, let's go ahead and watch that clip in right here. See, they're saying that's Kanika. Then there's the person in the bandana right there. And see, this is in TY's live, as you can see. There's TY right there, standing up. There's the guy in the black hoodie. There's supposed to be Irene. And then the supposed Kanika is supposed to be sitting right next to her, right there. And then there's Monifa right there. Y'all see that, right? And I told you, there's the picture right there. See, this is the video of that. And then look, that hair just only comes just a little past her jacket. And the person that walked into the halls of that establishment, the hair came all the way down to the butt. So if this was the same person that you guys proclaimed as Kanika, well, this hair should have been past her waistline and it should have went down to her butt, but it didn't. Didn't matter whether she was sitting down or standing up. The hair should have went past her waistline and went past down there by her butt, as I've shown you in the other video. Bingo to the bingo, peoples. So this literally, again, proves, peoples. This literally, again, proves that that wasn't Kanika. Again, there's another layer to what Edward Joseph was saying. Now, let me go ahead and prove my stance earlier, peoples, because I'm going to go back and I'm going to show you the pictures that I've shown you earlier. Here's the pictures right here that I'd taken earlier, peoples. Here's the pictures that I've taken earlier, right here. Bingo, there it is right there. And then there's the guy right there in the white, with the white bandana. And here is the video right there of what I just showed you, peoples. And I talked about this earlier. And I told you this was not in Irene's live. And I told you there was a video. Now I'm showing you the video. I just happened to stumble upon it. But thank you, Jesus. You know, I knew it was a video because it shows a video down there. And now I'm showing you the video to the picture right here, peoples. There it is right there. And it's in your face. There it is right there, peoples. It's in your face. I talked about this earlier, and I told you it was not in Irene's live. Look, there it is. Bingo. There's the guy right there. There's TY. They're on the bed, and then there's that girl right there who's on the bed. Right behind Irene. Now, that's supposed to be Kanika. There's Monifa. So, if Kanika is sitting in TY's live, peoples, would then help me to make that make sense. Help me to make that make sense. She couldn't have walked the halls of that establishment because, again, if she was in TY's live, well, how did she get out of Irene's live and be taken to a elevator to where she was supposed to be walking the halls of that establishment? How peoples? See, see, this is what I'm saying, peoples. This is what true investigation is about. You just don't sit and take people's word for it. You got to do your investigation. And that's what I've been doing. And in all of this, peoples, I have literally shown you unequivocally and undeniably without even actually looking at the video footage. And I told you that wasn't her in Irene's live. Now I was able to find a little video clip that go and proves what I have been saying, peoples. Unequivocal and undeniable. Look at God. Look at God, peoples. So you can't tell Edward Joseph that he doesn't know what he's talking about, because I do. You don't know what you're talking about. I've always proved my stance, and I proved it without even actually seeing the video. All I had to do was just look at the picture and tell you, hey, they was not in Irene's live. And I said that earlier in this video. And now I found the video that matches that picture that I just shown you right there. Bingo to the bingo peoples. And I told you it wasn't in Irene's live. I told you that. And that was the bingo to the bingo without even actually watching the video. I knew it wasn't Irene's live because I watched the video many times over, peoples. 100 times over. And I said, nah, that's not Irene's live. I said, that's TY's live. And I told you that wasn't Kanika. And I've shown you the video. Bingo to the bingo people. So don't ever tell Edward Joseph that he don't know what he's talking about, because this is my line of expertise, peoples. And now we're seeing video footage that was brought out from the beginning. And brought out from the beginning. Thank you, Jesus. Thank you, Jesus. You know, because all of this stuff proves what I have been telling you from the beginning. It wasn't Kanika. It wasn't Kanika. Because you can't tell me that the young lady walking into the establishment, hair is all the way down to her butt, but the girl in TY's live, the hair only goes to the edge of her jacket. Help me to make that make sense. Two different tracks. Kanika was never in TY's live. She was never in TY's live. And now I got even more proof, and I've shown you the proof to prove to you Kanika Jenkins was never in TY's live. Peoples. Not Jenkins. Martin was. And Martin was the one who Tanasia had brought that cup. Because Martin was the one who was wearing Kanika's Jenkins ring. Because Martin was the one who played Kanika in in TY's live. I told you that many years ago. That was Martin and not Jenkins, peoples. Let me see. My peoples that came in. Ms. Durham had said, Edward, the person holding Bree Bree looks like the person who played Little Irene in one of her lives. Did you notice that? Nope, I didn't. But thank you for pointing that out. I gotta take a look at that again. Ms. Durham said, Edward, the person holding Bree Bree looks like the person who played Little Irene in one of her lives. Did you notice that? Nope, I did not notice that. I did not notice that, but I'm going to go back and play that again, peoples. I'm going to go back and play that again and take a second look at that. See, I'm glad that you guys are here because, see, you guys are pointing out things that I didn't even see, you know, but that's good because you guys got eagle eyes. Ms. Durham has eagle eyes, and Ms. Durham is pointing out something I never even seen. But I'm going to take a second look. And I know you guys haven't seen it because you guys haven't even said anything. So don't sit here and try to clout and say that you pointed it out. No, Ms. Durham pointed that out to everybody on national TV, peoples, because you didn't even know yourself. So now, anybody who tries to claim this, I'm going to be on you like white on rice because you're lying. Because you wasn't the one who pointed this out. Ms. Durham did. And blessings to you, Ms. Durham. Those are eagle eyes. It ain't nothing but God just working through you to show you exactly what is happening in this video footage. Hello, Little Bo Peep. How are you, ma'am? It is a blessing to see you on today. Little Bo Peep says blessings. And yes, Bree Bree should have been the most looked at because she was making the most moves around the hotel, especially around the bathroom meetups, allegedly. No, you ain't got to say allegedly. You speak your mind here. But I love it because Little Bo Peep came in and blessing the channel as well. I love it when you guys come in and you bless the channel. It really does something to me, people, when you guys tell the people blessings. And thank you, Little Bo Peep, for blessing the channel and blessing the people here. Little Bo Peep has says, little Brianna, laughing loud, Brianna wasn't prepared as she thought when Irene pulled up. So I don't know what was to be between Brianna and Irene. But see, the people said that Brianna Cotton was the one who played Kanika. I don't see the resemblance, peoples. Help me to make that make sense, because I do not see the resemblance in the two. And so, you know, that's what happens, people. You talk so much shit, you get your beat. You know what I'm saying? You get your A beat if you keep on talking shit. And so I didn't know Irene was a fighter like that, but man, she came swinging. I got to look at that again. See what's happening here, peoples. Little Bo Peep says, anyways, enjoy the rest of the live. Just wanted to pop in very quickly and give blessings. Well, I greatly appreciate you. Ms. Durham has said, T.Y., Irene, T.M., Lenore, and all the rest of them had all pre-planned, had all this pre-planned to get hair, outfits, etc., and didn't know that they had an Edward and others to investigate. TM was looking at that money. Yep. They didn't know that we was on the scene. They didn't know, Ms. Durham, they didn't know that Edward Joseph was always going to prove his stance. See, you know, they talk so much BS and shit and stuff, and all the time trying to proclaim Kanika here, Kanika there and stuff. But see, I have a unique ability to just look at the photos and tell you, hey, this is where they were, this is what's happening and things. And then, blessed be to God, I end up finding the video to corroborate the various things that I was saying. Because I took a clip of those. I just took a clip of those from a documentary that I saw earlier, and I talked about it. And I said, well, this particular scene was not in Irene's live. I said this was T.Y.'s live, and I outlined and I've shown you why I came to that conclusion. And now I end up finding the video that literally seals the deal of what I had said even before I ever saw this video. Now look at God. I was able to substantiate with video footage that of what I had stated earlier. Now, tell me that Edward Joseph don't know what he's talking about. When all of these people who proclaim that they know all about this Kanika Jenkins case, and these people can't even give you good, wholesome information. There it is right there, people. It's in your face. All you got to do is just watch the live. Watch the live earlier. I told you. And I backed it up. Now what you got to say? You got nothing to say. You got nothing to say. Ms. Durham said, TM, gangs, hotels, all in cahoots with each other. Yep. And if you didn't understand that by now, people said this was a major setup. And remember what TM had said in the beginning. Janaea, I love you. Wait until I get rich and you're going to see how much I love you. Well, people, you know, whether you believe it or not, or whether you wanted to believe the people who said Kanika never made it to the establishment, Kanika was there. I said Kanika was there at the establishment. She was not at no party on the west side of Chicago. You've seen too many pictures of Kanika at the establishment. But then you also seen the people who played Kanika at the establishment. Just as I stated that there were several girls who played Kanika. And it's unequivocal and undeniable, peoples, that you can clearly see it in all of the different video clips that I've shown you and the pictures that I've shown you. And all of them are not Kanika. I said all of them are not Kanika peoples. Now, let's go and let's explore a little further to see what we can find, peoples. Okay, so we got that video. Blessed be to God. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, Lord. Okay. And so now we're seeing all of these other little clips of videos that we didn't see back in the day that we are seeing now. And let's take a look at this here, peoples, because, you know, this is videos and stuff that they said that they made. Irene makes video after Kanika Jenkins' death. Let's see what she had to say. All right, I have to turn off all of that noise. But she ain't saying nothing. She's just looking and just driving. And so, peoples, we can take this video and we can go ahead and we can compare that to the video in Irene's live and stuff. You know, we can take this video and look at the video in Irene's live and things. So it's a good thing that people still have their videos up, and you know, people still have original video content. Okay, so let's take a look at this here, peoples. Let's see what other stuff that is going on. Kanika with Irene. This is a short 7-second short. Okay, I miss you so bad. My head is messed up. Let's see what she has to say here. All right, we're going to take a look at that. But one thing I want to see, Irene Roberts telling everything. Irene Roberts, Facebook Live Part 2 after Kanika's funeral. Why do they keep shaking the camera and stuff every time? I'm going to come back in and take a look at something, but this is what I wanted to find right here. That right there. Okay, so let me mark his. That's Ectic Radio. All right. And then this is the other one that I wanted to find too. Could Irene Roberts be dating? Ooh. Ooh, you got busted, girl. Did you get busted, Irene? Is that who we think it is, peoples? They look like they're more than friends. It's Irene, and you know that's Irene Roberts because there's the same type of outfit that we just seen in the video that was playing in the background. So you know that's Irene, and then look at how he's holding her and kissing her and stuff. Is that who we think it is, peoples? So now we got a little bit more juicies and why Irene would want Kanika out of the picture. Well, was Rico effing on all of the girls, peoples? Was he? Because the pictures is worth 1,000 words, peoples, and pictures don't lie. And there it is right there. Is that who we think it is, peoples? Is that Mr. Rico man? So if it is, now we have a good enough motive why Irene would want Miss Kanika out of the picture. Let me get a screenshot of that, peoples. Irene and Rico. Rico and Irene. So now we are beginning to see the big picture here, peoples. Rico was a player. Yep. See, keep doing your investigation, people. You'll start stumbling upon some stuff. And that is the same outfit with the same little pink lines that we've seen in the background in this video right here. There it is right there, peoples. See, there's the outfit that Irene had right there. Same outfit. See? Bingo to the bingo peoples. Boy, don't tell me Edward Joseph don't know what he's talking about. I'm catching them now. Every last one of them. I caught you. I caught you. All right, let's reenactment of Irene Robert Facebook Live. What? This video shows a reenactment of Irene's live Facebook Live from the hotel on September 9th. It was actually posted when? It was actually posted when? It was actually posted on Facebook on September 16th, 2017. Thoughts? Thanks for watching. This is Hell of a Chick has said this video shows a reenactment of Irene Roberts' Facebook Live from the hotel on September the 9th. It was actually posted on Facebook on September the 16th, 2017. So that means it was after, but really? Okay, let's take a look at this, people. This shit is getting interesting by the day. All right, so we're gonna go through all of the Hell of a Chick and stuff. Let's get right into it.
(21st, 2020). Wanted to do a video regarding the Kanika Jenkins case. This wasn't exactly the video I had intended to work on tonight, but as I was looking for something, I came across this video, and it's got 2.7 thousand views, 66 comments, and 11 shares, 30 emojis, I believe. No, maybe they didn't. I initially thought they tagged Irene in it, but they did not. So let me take that lie back because that didn't happen. But regardless, it just bothers me to no end. Like, I couldn't even explain it into words. When I see something like this, because it's literally so damn disrespectful. It's disrespectful to Kanika. It's disrespectful to her family. Hell, it's disrespectful to the party goers. I mean, it just is. This video is a reenactment of Irene's life, okay? Complete with glasses. They got a fake Irene, a fake Bree Bree, and a fake Monifa. They even use a deep voice to sound like one of the guys in the video. So, I just really want to know what you guys think about that. Were you offended? If you've seen this before, were you offended by it like I was? Did you think it was funny? Like, I'm just curious. Am I the only person that's offended by this? I'm going to go ahead and push play so that you can hear it. And then we'll go from there.
Bree Bree. So it's bad cold, like, you funny as fuck, Bree. But on God, as soon as I finna, be like, post a delete that. Yeah. 21. Big less cricket as hell. Why? Sometimes they don't show all your viewers. Why? So that could be on this one right now. Oh. I look like a bird. That short ass ball got red hair. That hoe was skinny the fuck right there. That hoe was long right here, short right there. Fuck, that what you doing? You funny as fuck, Bree Bree. Happy birthday, you look pretty. Thank you. Hello. Park in the parking lot. Room 956. Park in the parking lot. Downstairs in the parking lot. Damn, this weak ass connection. What the fuck? Let me see who you're talking to. It don't matter. Pass the weed, Irene. I just got the weed. Nigga, I already paid for him to pass my pack of weed. And what y'all finna do? You gonna rip him. You got somebody for me? Check it out. You better check it out. Check it out, my doors creep me out. Check it out,
Oh shit! Oh yeah, really?
Bitch, check it out. Hey, go, bitch, check it out. Hello, bitch, check it out. Hey, got I ring back that motherfucker Monifa. Hey, check it out. Hey, I'm checking in, checking out.
It goes on, but I'm not going to play it. It's just them basically doing it all over again. So I was just curious if you guys were as offended as I was. I just, man, I don't see the humor in it at all. And I can find humor in a lot of stuff that people can't. But when you have a 19-year-old found dead in a freezer, I just don't see the humor in anything to do with that. Nothing at all. Nothing. Nothing surrounding it is funny to me. I mean, this woman lost her daughter. It blows my mind. Literally.
All right, peoples. Well, the shit was funny to me. So, it had nothing to do with Kanika, but the shit was funny to me. So, I don't know how you may take it, but if you took it like she took it, oh well. It was funny to me. That how they were acting out with Monifa, Monifa, Bree Bree, and Irene. And the amazing thing to me, people, is this: the girl who played Monifa, damn, she's got some big breasts. She's a biggin. She's a big girl. But it was funny to me, and it was all in humor and stuff. I mean, everybody get it, you got to have a little laughter and stuff and everything. No, you don't find it funny, that's fine. I did. So you got to have a little bit of humor and things. But if you don't, that's fine too. I don't care, but I found humor in it and stuff. So that's what it is. So I find humor in it. You may not find humor in it, but I did. So that's what it is. But nobody asked you anyway. So who cares? Hello, Vicky Davis. How are you, ma'am? It is a blessing to see you on today. Vicky Davis says, hey, Edward in chat. And so the family is in the house, peoples. The family is in the house. Like I say, I know it's nothing funny about the death of Kanika, but it is things funny about the way that some of these characters had acted out in the Kanika Jenkins case. So that's what I find humorous. Now, I don't see anything funny about a girl who had lost her life. But what I do find funny is that these characters who they're playing out are acting out and stuff. I find that humorous and things because of what they had did and all. But let's get back to it, people. Now if you don't find it funny or humorous and you want to cop up an attitude and stuff like that, well then, hey, you already know what you can do. Because it's not all seriousness here. It's humor and fun and games and things and stuff. So yeah, that's what it is, peoples. All right, so let's take a look at a few other videos and stuff, peoples. Let's see what these people had to say and things. Irene goes live, new footage of Kanika Jenkins, what Irene had to say and stuff. I don't see nothing. Irene and Irene Justice for Kanika Part 2. So it was amazing to me, people. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, we caught you, brother, slipping and dipping and tipping. All right, I want to see what these people have to say here. So let me.
What's up, y'all? It's your
Okay, we already saw that. All right. All right. So let's see. They said that this is new unseen video footage. Oh, let's take a look at it.
We're around you. Hey, hear me, devil? I know we're around you. Hey, hear me, devil? We're around you.
The bastards. Bro, when my grandma's going up with Irene, I'm not playing, bro. It ain't never that simple.
Hey, hear me, devil? I know we're around you.
The bastards. Bro, when my grandma's going up with Irene, I'm not playing, bro. It ain't never that simple. The bastards.
Hey, hear me, devil? I know we're around you.
Bro, when my grandma's going up with Irene, I'm not playing, bro. It ain't never that simple. The bastards. Bro, when my grandma's going up with Irene, I'm not playing, bro. It ain't never that simple.
Hey, hear me, devil? I know we're around you.
The bastards. Bro, when my grandma's going up with Irene, I'm not playing, bro. It ain't never that simple. The bastards. Bro, when my grandma's going up with Irene, I'm not playing, bro. It ain't never that simple.
Hey, hear me, devil? I know we're around you.
The bastards. Bro, when my grandma's going up with Irene, I'm not playing, bro. It ain't never that simple.
I know we're around you. We're around you.
The bastards. Bro, when my grandma's going up with Irene, I'm not playing, bro. It ain't never that simple. Bro, when my grandma's going up with Irene, I'm not playing, bro. It ain't never that simple. Bro, when my grandma's going up with Irene, I'm not playing, bro. It ain't never that simple.
Hey, shit, Jose Toss beat him.
I'm not sparing anyone, so don't spare me. If you catch me by myself, y'all better jump on me, because that's what y'all
That hoe ain't do shit.
I'm not sparing anyone, so don't spare me. If you catch me by myself, y'all better jump on me, because that's what y'all gonna have to do.
That hoe ain't do shit.
I'm not sparing anyone, so don't spare me. If you catch me by myself, y'all better jump on me, because that's what y'all gonna have to do.
That hoe ain't do shit.
I'm not sparing anyone, so don't spare me. If you catch me by myself, y'all better jump on me, because that's what y'all gonna have to do. I'm not sparing anyone, so don't spare me. If you catch me by myself, y'all better jump on me, because that's what y'all got on me. Devon, you know what press me.
You live, so you better stop playing. But you play do home invasions in your rock. You better stop playing like that.
You busting up on me. Devon, you know what press me.
You live, so you better stop playing. But you play do home invasions in your rock. You better stop playing like that.
I'm not sparing anyone, so don't spare me. If you catch me by myself, y'all better jump on me, because that's what y'all go.
Hey, hear me, devil? I know we're around you. Hey, hear me, devil? We're around you.
The bastards. Bro, when my grandma's going up with Irene, I'm not playing, bro. It ain't never that simple.
Hey, hear me, devil? I know we're around you.
The bastards. Bro, when my grandma's going up with Irene, I'm not playing, bro. It ain't never that simple. The bastards.
Hey, hear me, devil? I know we're around you.
Bro, when my grandma's going up with Irene, I'm not playing, bro. It ain't never that simple. The bastards. Bro, when my grandma's going up with Irene, I'm not playing, bro.
Apparently, Mariah and Anaya were filming a TikTok video inside the bathroom at the apartment.
We're around you.
Nowhere around you. Nowhere around you. Okay, Kanika Jenkins, receipt book 10, Irene live setup rehearsal. All right, let's take a look at it, peoples. Now, I want you to notice something, peoples. Look at the recess in her teeth right there. That's the real Kanika Jenkins. Look at the glossy lips. And then I want you to notice how Kanika has a different hairstyle, peoples. Notice a different hairstyle. And it's not the same, hairstyle that's fluffed all the way down. And then notice how Irene's hair is in the background, peoples. How she has the part and then a big little swoop on that's tapering down. And it says these are some of the closest people to Kanika at the party. Her life was in their hands. Okay, so we know that Kanika party. We know Kanika went to a party and many times before and stuff, but nobody has ever said that this was the party on the west side of Chicago. Couldn't have been because I mean, look at the attire that she's wearing, and she's all in pink. So let's take a look at this, peoples. Let's go.
Baby, you know all you can be my costume. Because I like you. Only reason I text you and watch you. I just wanna fuck on you, I don't wanna watch you. But you gotta press your teeth and do what I say to do. Bitch, can you hear me? Keep that dick in bar, no 360. That boy say he getting wild, no.
You clearly seen the recess in Kanika's teeth when, let me back it up just a little bit. About right there, maybe. Back it up a little bit more. But you can clearly see the recess in her teeth while she's talking, or while she's singing. I'm gonna download this video too. But see, the thing is, peoples. Okay, you can kind of see it right there. I've already made my point. But see, the thing is, peoples, is simply this. Kanika had on a different attire, and Kanika was literally sitting there with her friend because Irene Roberts was her friend. When people say Irene Roberts wasn't her friend, well, yeah, Irene Roberts was her friend. Irene Roberts was her friend, and so you know, and she loved Kanika, and I do believe Kanika loved her too as well. They were good friends. But we've always say friends. How many of us have them? Well, I'll let you ask that question. Let's see. Let's go. Now you can clearly see the recess in her teeth. But I'm gonna download this.
I was sitting while I don't wanna mail you. I don't wanna smell you. Someone cut you off, and then I met you. I'm fucking name up on my schedule. And if I smoke some young boy, I'm gonna forget you. I ain't even planned up. This fly like Peter Pan. That's why I asked you. Alcohol, I ain't got no time for you. Shit going up. Yo. Tongue. A lot.
And there you see Bree Bree right there. And there you see Monifa that they just showed. So then the question is, peoples, where was Shemaya? Because you all the time see Kanika with either Irene or Monifa. So where's Shemaya? Shemaya must have came to know Kanika later on at some point, you know. And I'm not saying that Kanika wasn't Shemaya's friend, but you see Kanika a lot with Irene and Monifa. Then Shemaya, you know. And I really do think that Monifa and Kanika was a lot more closer than the others. I think they were a lot closer to Kanika. And that's just my opinion. But let's take a look at this. There's not a lot of guys there. It's just Kanika, Monifa, and Bree Bree. But you don't see Shemaya. And so when you watch videos like this, people, you can't help but to think, you know, these girls had a bond with Kanika. And not to say that things couldn't change, but I know that if these people ever had a conscience, is that they had to feel something about Kanika. And see, these was just ghetto girls who just enjoyed life, people. And there Kanika with her glossy little lips and things, and you know. There's Irene. And I want you guys to notice
April 17th, 20.
I want you guys to notice something. You heard that siren, right? You heard the siren go off. Now, what was that siren? What was that siren in a music video? Peoples? Was the siren in the music video? It was something because that same siren sounded off in Irene's live, if you remember. So help me to make that make sense. Was that siren in the video? It very well could have been, because that sounds like the same siren that was in Irene's live. But then again, the only difference between that sirens in Irene's live and this siren right here was, that siren said doop 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 at the end, but this siren never did that. But it sounded like almost the same siren. So I'm just pointing out some things that I've noticed and stuff, people. So I'm just pointing out some things, Hello, Deborah G. How are you, ma'am? It is a blessing to see you on today. Deborah G says, hello, Mr. Edward Joseph. Long time. Just been lifting. And hello, chat. Well, it's a blessing to see you back. I see all of the people are back. The house is back and the house is filled and things. And it's good to see you. And it is good to see each and every one of you. And so peoples, again, I'm just pointing out some things, peoples. I'm just pointing out some things and stuff as to the things that I see and whatnot. But I know it's not the same siren, because the other siren was like doop 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 doop, but it didn't do that in this particular instance. But as we can see, peoples, they were good friends. Irene Monifa was good friends with Kanika. And I'm sure Shemaya was too, because Shemaya was all the time seen at her house and stuff. So, they were all good friends. But in my opinion, this is just my opinion now, not to call it law or anything, but in my opinion, I believe that Monifa and Irene was closest to Kanika more so than Shemaya and Bree Bree. That's just my opinion. But I'm always going to state my opinion, and that's what I feel, and that's what I believe. And so you don't have to believe it, peoples, but that's what I believe. And so, as I stated before, peoples, earlier, that when the girls had first walked in, when supposed Kanika and Shemaya and Bree Bree had first walked in, well, then you see the people in the front lobby right there. You see that right there, right? So when the supposed Kanika, Monifa, Shemaya, and Bree Bree first walked in, why didn't they show this video footage right here of them in the main lobby? They never showed that. I said they never show that, peoples. And the question is, why didn't they show that, peoples? Why? Why didn't they show that, peoples? That's the question that I have. They never showed that video footage of them walking into the main lobby or even walking back there towards the elevator. We never seen that video footage, peoples. And so my question is, why didn't they show it, peoples? That's the question. Why didn't they show it? Well, I mean, you can't get around that, people. So I don't care what you say or how much you say or whatever, but you can't get around that, peoples. You can't get around that, peoples. Now I heard that this guy is no longer here, Planet of the Fakes. I don't know where he went, but you know, they said that he died. Heart goes out to his family and things and stuff. But looking at some of this stuff, people's, I'm really taken away with some things that I see. But like I say, it was a blessing to be able to see some things that I pulled out from these pictures and videos, and it was refreshing to see that, to see, you know, something a little different. And it was a blessing to be able to find the video that of the pictures that I was showing. You know, that was a good thing. And see, you know, I'm not so much wound up, tied up, and tangled up in this so-called beef type of shit that, you know, Irene and Monifa and all of them was saying and stuff, because that was makeshift beef, peoples. That shit ain't really had nothing to do with nothing and stuff, you know. It ain't had nothing to do with nothing. But this right here strikes the hell out of me. What the hell was Rico doing, kissing and all hugged up on her like that? You know? And this is the person right here, Bree Bree. Bree Bree. Out of all of the videos that I'm scrolling through, peoples, you don't see a video of Bree Bree. And I'm scrolling through a lot of videos, peoples. I'm scrolling through a lot of videos. And I'll tell you one thing. You ain't going to find nothing of Bree Bree talking or Bree Bree doing anything. Do you understand what I'm saying? You know? You don't see it. Okay, let's take a look at this, peoples.
Footage, but
yeah, Bree Bree, you are on my radar, man, because no matter how high and low I look, I cannot find nothing about you. Absolutely nothing. It's like Bree Bree is a mystery. It's like she's a ghost. But she's the one who cried the hardest and cried the loudest, peoples. Bree Bree. Bree Bree. And this is why I entitled the live of what I did. That's why I entitled the live. Where in the F was Bree Bree? Because see, peoples, throughout everything that I have shown you today, I still cannot find much of anything other than a few clips of Bree Bree. A few clips of Bree Bree. I can't find that no Bree Bree. And Bree Bree was the one who went on the MTV video thing and told us that Kanika did not walk herself into that freezer. Now, for Bree Bree to say that, Bree Bree, I believe Bree Bree for her to say that, because she has more clout than any of us can ever say. because she was there. So if Bree Bree say that Kanika never walked into that freezer on a Cognance, then I believe her. You may think that she walked in there, but I don't believe that because Bree Bree said she didn't, and I believe she didn't. But Bree Bree cried the loudest. Ms. Durham said, look at the girl holding her. It looks like Irene. Yeah, she kind of favor Irene. She does. She kind of favor Irene. I don't think that's Irene, but she does kind of favor her. But see, the thing is, peoples, I literally want to ask Bree Bree a question. Where in the F were you? Where were you? Where were you? Because see, my question is, why would Bree Bree have Kanika's keys? Why? And they said that Bree Bree had told TM everything. And so my question is, what was it that Bree Bree know, and when did she know it? Because see, Bree Bree was the silent one out of all of this, but Bree Bree was the one who had told TM what happened. So if Bree Bree told TM what happened, well then you got to help me to make this make sense. What in the hell did Bree Bree know? Ms. Durham, I cannot even answer that question. I have nothing on Bree Bree. Absolutely nothing. I don't have anything on Bree Bree. And I have been searching up and down Truth and Nail, and I can't find nothing on Bree Bree. She has been a silent person in this whole Kanika Jenkins case. But because of my conversations with some other content creators, she was on my radar today. And that's why I entitled Where in the F was Bree Bree? She was the one that cried the loudest. Look at her. She's distraught, peoples. I mean, Monifa, Irene, Shamaya didn't act in a way to where she did. And then where was Shamaya? Where was Shamaya at the funeral? Because I don't see any posting of Shamaya ever saying anything after the funeral or at the funeral or being at the funeral. Was Shamaya at the funeral, peoples? And if she was, where is any video of Shamaya? Bree Bree and Shamaya. Bree Bree and Shamaya. I don't see no video, no pictures of Bree Bree and Shamaya other than this video of Bree Bree. But I don't see no other videos of Bree Bree and Shamaya. It's always either Monifa, Irene, or Monifa and Irene. But I don't see much of Bree Bree nor Shamaya. Never G, I don't see it. I don't see no video or pictures of Monifa, of Bree Bree or Shamaya. So where was Bree Bree and Shamaya? Now we know that Bree Bree attended the funeral. Did Shamaya attend the funeral? And if she did, where was she? Where's any video? Where's any pictures? I haven't seen anything, peoples. In all of the videos that I played, I haven't even seen Shamaya in none of the videos with Kanika and Monifa and Irene. Where is Bree Bree and Shamaya? People, you seen me. You see me search up and down throughout this whole live, and I haven't seen Bree Bree or Shemaya, where Bree Bree cried the loudest. So Bree Bree, where in the F were you? Let's take a look at this. Let's take a look at this video, peoples, because you know this is bothering me. This is bothering me. I don't know about you. It is bothering me. It is on my spirit because, man, I can't shake it. I don't know. I really don't know. I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say. Now, I brought out a lot of things in this Kenneka Jenkins case, but now these two are the most elusive people I have ever even become to encounter in this case. Now, you know what's so disturbing to me, people? I'm going to tell you what's so disturbing to me. Now, you may not agree with me, but Shemaya was there at the time to when Kenneka was getting assaulted. You may not agree. That's fine. You ain't got to agree. I never asked you to. But Shemaya, and I'm going to show you this picture, people. So let me go back to this picture. Because Shemaya was there at the time to when Kenneka was getting assaulted with the beverage manager, the maintenance guy, the guy in the black hoodie, and the security. Shemaya was standing right there, peoples. Shemaya. Yep, she sure was. And I've already talked about this earlier, peoples. And I downloaded this clip, this picture and stuff from a documentary, and I already talked about it. And lo and behold, that the Lord had allowed me to see the actual video of this. I know it was a video, but I didn't know where it was. But I talked about this picture before I found the video. Look at God. Look at God and how the Lord worked. The Lord worked that out in my favor to let me see the video so I can show you, to give you some validity. Edward Joseph know what he's talking about. Because I told you it wasn't in Irene's live. I told you it was in TY's live. And I explained and expressed that to you. But I want to go here, people. So let me see if I can find this picture. See if I can find this picture. Because Shemaya is guilty as F. And Shemaya was there at the time to when Kenneka was being assaulted. Because if she wasn't, help me to make it make sense. Oh my God. I got to close some stuff down because my computer is running slow. I got too much stuff going on. So let me start closing down some of this stuff. Don't save it. Close it up. Because I have my external hard drive and things that I was saving my videos to and stuff until I have to take some of this video footage off my computer. So I got 97.3 gigabytes of video footage on my computer that I need to take off, and I'm gonna put it on my external hard drive, but things is running so slow. But I'm gonna have to shut down some of these files things so my computer will run faster. Because I'm already at my limit. I know I'm already at my limit. And that's why things is not refreshing so fast. But that's why I bought the external hard drive. So if it's not going to let me do it, then I'm not going to worry about it. I'm not going to spend too much time up on it. See, it's refreshing slow. So I'll just have to find it later at another time. But yeah, this is refreshing slow. Try to clear out some of these videos. Let me see if I refresh the screen, see if that works. Nope, it's not. So I just have to prove that point a little later, peoples, when I clear some of this stuff off my computer, because my computer is not running fast. But anyway, Shemaiah was there at the time to when Kanika was getting assaulted. She was there. And this is one of the reasons why, peoples, that you don't see Shemaiah too much after the death of Kanika. And you don't see Shemaiah too much before the death of Kanika. Although Shemaiah was Kanika's friend, you know, but we see Irene and we see Monifa around more so than Bree Bree and Shemaiah. These are the two most elusive people that has ever been in the Kanika Jenkins case. They're the most two elusive. And so, you know, I haven't really did a live in the background of Shemaiah. And I haven't really did a live in the background of Bree Bree. But now this is Bree Bree's focused. And so I want to know, where was Bree Bree? And why in God's name did Bree Bree have Kanika's keys? Can anybody answer that? I mean, in the beginning, Irene went live. Y'all seen Irene went live. Y'all seen that, right? You seen Irene went live, and Irene went live. And the thing is, peoples, is that not only did Irene go live, peoples, but Irene went live with music. Not only TY went live, but T went live with music. But see, in Irene's live, the music was supposed to have been buffering, and that you know, they couldn't play the music. Well, if that be the case, well, then how in the hell was they able to play the music in TY's live? If they had Kanika's phone and was going live on Kanika's phone and playing music from Kanika's phone. So was Kanika's phone the only phone that they had to be able to go and play the music? Really, peoples? I mean, did Kanika have the only most expensive phone? Did the other people not have anything on their phone? And I mean, and in for the 5-star hotels such as the Crown Plaza, you mean to tell me they don't have adequate Wi-Fi? Because in Irene's live, the music was buffering. You remember that. But in TY's live, the music was booming, it was jamming. And so whose phone did they use in TY's live? Because they had to have some type of apparatus in order to play the music, because they were crunking in the live. So did they use Kanika's phone to go and play the music? Or what did they do? Was the music buffering? How did TY have music in his live? How? See, those are the questions that I ask the people, but the people cannot answer me. You got a very valid point, Ms. Durham. Ms. Durham said, yep, Edward, Bree Bree had the keys driving TM's car that had a flat on it. TM nor Lenore never got mad about that. So many questions. It's amazing to me, people. Wait a minute. There was supposed to have been a flat up on a car, a donut, a tire on the car, right? And remember, TM had told us all that nobody drives my car other than her and Kanika, because the insurance doesn't cover anybody else. Well, if Bree Bree had driven a car, Well, did she drive a car with a donut on it? Or if she didn't drive the car with a donut on it and stuff, well then help me to make this make sense. Kanika dresses so damn good. What, she couldn't afford a donut on, she couldn't afford a tire for her car, and she dresses so good, peoples. So her car was supposed to have had a donut on the car, and Bree Bree didn't want to drive the car with a donut on it. So was it Kanika's car that had a donut on it? Because if it was TM car that had a donut on it, well then, damn it, they driven down to the Crown Plaza with a donut on the car. And see, people's contrary to belief, let me tell you something. Let me surprise you. Where Kanika Jenkins lived was only 15 minutes from Rosemont. Let me say that again, people. Let me say that again. Where Kanika Jenkins used to live, because she's no longer here with us now, was only 15 minutes from Christiana Avenue to Rosemont, Crown Plaza. Peoples, 15 minutes away. And people said, oh, yeah, it was a 45-minute drive. No, people, it wasn't no 45-minute drive. I did the map, the Google map thing, and it was only 15 minutes away. Everything was in close proximity to each other. The Crown Plaza, the DoubleTree, the Marriott, and where Kanika and family used to live on Christiana. Only 15 minutes away. That was just a hot skip and a jump, peoples. Rosemont was nothing from where Kanika used to live. 15 minutes. Go back and watch the lives that I did, peoples. I did an in-depth analysis of the distance that it took from Christiana to Rosemont Crown Plaza. 15 minutes. So, the question is, why would Kanika give up her keys in the first place? Why? They at the establishment, right? Why would Kanika give up her keys and phone? Why did they have to have Kanika's keys and phone? Why? What, Kanika couldn't keep up her keys and stuff? Kanika was drinking so much, and she was drinking to pyramid and all like this and stuff. See, people, see, when you analyze, when you sit here and you analyze this narrative that they gave, that shit doesn't make no sense. Now, let me explain why this shit doesn't make no sense, because of the simple fact is simply this, peoples. Ms. Durham has said, Ed, I have been at the Crown Plaza, and there is absolutely no way I believe issues with Wi-Fi. Too many establishments around that hotel. Now, see, people, you have someone who has literally been there at the establishment, and she's telling you herself from her experience, it ain't no way that they could have had Wi-Fi issues, peoples. No way. Even with the cheapest phone, if you got good Wi-Fi and shit, your stuff is going to be blazing, because you're not running on your own power. You're running on somebody else's power. So this is one of the reasons why I don't believe this bullshit of the Wi-Fi buffering. I just don't believe it, peoples. I don't believe it. Now, Ms. Durham has literally corroborated that of what my beliefs is, because I don't believe that bullshit. Now, you on the other hand, you may believe all of this shit that these people are saying. I don't believe it, peoples. I just don't believe, and I don't take people's for face value. I got to do the research for my own. And if it doesn't sit well with me, I can't endorse it. I don't care how good it sounds, peoples. I got to be able to be satisfied within myself, within my spirit, that what is being told to me is something that I can run with. And if I can't validate it within myself, peoples, well, then I'm not going to believe it. I'm not going to believe what you say. Now, I mean, just for the sake of argument, okay, yeah, I agree with you. Yeah, okay. But within my mind, within my spirit, I'm not believing shit until I can process it myself and I can justify or rectify the situation within myself. It ain't got shit to do with you. It has everything to do with me and what my beliefs is. I just don't take things for face value for what people say. I just don't. Because I have to be to the degree to where I'm satisfied. And if I'm not satisfied, guess what I'm going to do? I'm going to keep researching and researching and researching until I figure it out. I find out myself. And in this case, I've heard a lot of people tell me a lot of things, but doesn't necessarily say I believed it. Now, some things I do believe, some things is a given. Some things I do believe. It's not everything I don't believe, some things I do believe, but in this case, in the way that they're showing things and the way that they're saying things and the way that they're doing things, I am more suspicious than not. And I just can't take it for face value what you're telling me. Because see, the thing is, if you're going to tell me something, peoples, then my expectations is you be able to explain it to me in great detail. Now, if you can be able to explain it to me in great detail, well, then there's a good chance that I'll sit and I'll believe what you say. But if you can't explain it to me in great detail and you're just going off the top of your head without giving good thought to what you're conveying, trust me, I ain't believing what you're saying. I'm not. You got to be able to convince me before me to believe, especially when situations is the way that it is right now. I just can't take for face value what people say, because see, when I go through and I analyze all of this stuff myself and process it myself and stuff, I come up with more questions than answers. And so I asked the question, and see, I'm asking the question. You can't even give me an answer. I asked the question. I say, how did the kids, how did Bree Bree get a hold of Kanika's keys? And how did Irene and Monifa and Shemaya and Bree Bree get Kanika's phone? And why are you guys sitting up here believing that Kanika was hooshed up on some temperament? That shit doesn't make no sense to me. It doesn't make no sense to me. And I know it damn well don't make no sense to you. It doesn't. Because see, the thing is, peoples, let me tell you something. I did extensive research upon temperament. Temperament is just, it has the same effects as Benadryl. It makes the person sleepy. That's what it does. I said it makes the person sleepy. Ain't no way in God's creation, peoples, is no girl is going to be hoosed up on no goddamn temperament and then drinking Hennessy and then walking some halls of that establishment. That shit doesn't make no sense at all, period. And I don't care how you try to justify it, rectify it, analyze it. That shit doesn't make no sense. And for that to be in her system, and if you go with the timeline that they gave you, she come in at 113, so she don't settle down until about 130 something or whatever. But she really don't get settled down, And so within 130 to 230, Now she takes the pyramid. Now she's drinking alcohol. And then all of a sudden, abracadabra, hocus pocus, she's in the goddamn hallway, walking the halls of that establishment, and nobody knows where the fuck she is. You know, how stupid does that sound? Just within an hour of getting there, now she's in the hallways out of her mind. Even if she was on to pyramid peoples, she would not be up and she would not be dancing, crunking, or doing anything like that. That girl would be out. She would be out like a light bulb. Alcohol and to pyramid don't mix. Go and read the warning label. Read the side effects of what to pyramid has when you are taking other drugs. That shit, it doesn't make no sense, people. For that to just all of a sudden just, you know, and she knows that if she was taking that stuff, she knows that she couldn't be drinking. And Kanika doesn't strike me as a ignorant, stupid ass girl. She is straight goddamn smart. She wouldn't put herself in a vulnerable position like that. You're stupid if you believe that. And then her friend Bree Bree had said that she doesn't believe peoples that Kanika walked herself in that freezer. Peoples. But yet, Bree Bree was nowhere around. Bree Bree was nowhere around. Bree Bree was nowhere around. So where in the fuck were you, Bree Bree? You were in Irene's live. You played like you was drinking a cup, but you was sitting here looking. So where were you? Peoples, answer the question. Where in the fuck was Bree Bree? Where was she? Because see, according to you people, Bree Bree was driving her cousins and everybody, and she was in at the establishment. So she was in at the establishment. How in the fuck did you know where she was? How would you know? Did she tell you? Did Bree Bree tell you where she was? Last that I have ever known, people's Bree Bree ain't never said shit to me, you, or anybody else. Bree Bree came on MTV and she only spoke for a couple of minutes. And her last words was, I don't believe Kanika walked herself into that freezer. Period. That's what Bree Bree said. I got to get the full 2 minutes, but I only just got a clip of what Bree Bree had said. That's all. Just a little clip. Got a little clip of what Bree Bree said, and that's what Bree Bree said. And I told you what I was going to do this time around. I was only going to go by what Bree Bree had said. That's what Bree Bree.
One another as they pass the lavender.
That's what Bree Bree had said, peoples. So let's go and see if we can find let's go and see if we can find let me go ahead and let me see. Let's go and see if we can find that video of Bree Bree telling us right here. There it is right there.
Put herself in the freezer though.
Bree Bree told us that Kanika did not put herself in that freezer. That's what Bree Bree said. I ain't know she put herself in the freezer though. That's what she said. That you see it on your screen right there. You see it right there. She said, I know she ain't put herself in the freezer though. And then look.
One another as they pass the lavender.
My God. Peoples. She cried her heart out. Bree Bree. Bree Bree cried her heart out. Ms. Durham had said, I remember seeing Bree Bree ponytail inches kitchen in remember those girls saw her and it was her shadow and they got it from the news. It was in the beginning. Okay, so you say Inches Kitchens running. Those girls Medea video from the news, remember? Well, you know, Randall Robinson had said that Bree Bree was in that kitchen. That's what Randall Robinson said. Randall Robinson said that Bree Bree was in that kitchen. He said that Bree Bree was there at the time to when they closed the doors up on Kanika. Well, I haven't seen the video, but I take you guys' word that Bree Bree was in that kitchen. You guys say that she was there. Because I'm asking the question. I just asked you, where was Bree Bree? Ms. Durham said that Bree Bree was in the kitchen running. 2 black girls saw it on the news and made a video. Oh, yes. Okay, I remember now. Since you said the 2 black girls, yes, I remember. Yep. Okay, now you just brought it to my remembrance right there. When you had mentioned the 2 black girls. Yep, I remember now. Yep. That's where Bree Bree was, peoples. That's what Bree Bree's was. So damn, I remember now. That just literally jogged my memory. Well, as soon as you mentioned those 2 black girls, I remember that video. I remember now. Now I asked the question, where in the fuck was Bree Bree? Now we know where in the fuck Bree Bree was. Bree Bree was at the establishment. And Bree Bree was in that kitchen. So my question is, what the fuck did Bree Bree know? Because see, again, now that jolted my memory, Bree Bree was in that kitchen. And so Bree Bree was in that kitchen. Bree Bree did not, and as you guys say, Bree Bree left the establishment. Well, did you see Bree Bree in the car leaving the establishment, peoples? You may have seen her walk out the door, but did she actually leave the establishment? You never did. And so it's the reason why Bree Bree is over here crying the loudest. Miss Incognito. And then Bree Bree was the one who had told TM all what was going on with Kanika. Bree Bree did that. Bree Bree did that. And to be honest with you people, to be honest with you, and this is just my take based upon that was shown. And like I showed you, I'm gonna show you that video again when Shamaya was standing up there with the beverage manager and Kanika on that ground. See, when you guys thinking that Kanika got commandeered by Franz Kava and all that, that wasn't Kanika Jenkins. Kanika Jenkins already got commandeered earlier and was killed earlier, well before Kanika Martin came into the picture, peoples, and played Kanika. That wasn't Kanika Jenkins, peoples, that was walking the halls of that establishment, and as you people were saying, got commandeered, almost got commandeered, or whatever the case may be. It wasn't Kanika Jenkins. Kanika Jenkins was already deceased. She was already dead. Because again, watch my live that I did a week ago, and then I put up all of the pictures. Let's go back to the live, people. So let's go back to the live. Let me go ahead and let me share my screen, people. So let's go back to the live, and I want to go to that particular part, peoples. And go back to that particular part. Let me go here. Let me share my screen. I'm gonna call it that live. Because see, in all honesty, peoples, to tell you the truth, and if you really want my opinion, shit, I believe it was Bree Bree and Shamaya was the ones who worked with that establishment to set Kanika up to be unalived. Because Shamaya was there at the time when Kanika was getting her ass beat, and Bree Bree was in that kitchen. And the one who killed Kanika was the one who carried her. And that was none other than Carl Nesbitt. Because you seen in that video footage, peoples, the guy with the black hoodie, the one who was there, who was scoping out the place and stuff days before this reenactment. And this girl who had on the ring of Kanika Jenkins, peoples. Kanika, those photos that you see, those were taken days before. Those were taken days before the night. That's why you seen the body that was decomposed on the gurney. And then you see the reenactment. Then you see the girl in TY's live. She had on the same ring as Kanika. That was Kanika Martin, who was being sat on by that gay girl. I've already shown you the ring that Kanika was wearing, and I've already shown you the video and in the close-up shot of the ring that the girl was wearing in the chair. Same ring. There wasn't no Kanika Martin sitting in TY's live or over there by Monifa and Irene. That wasn't Kanika. Kanika Jenkins was already deceased. Kanika Martin was the one who was sitting in that chair with the ring of Kanika Jenkins, peoples. And the girl who was walking the halls of that establishment wasn't Kanika Jenkins, peoples, because Kanika Jenkins had never walked the halls of that establishment. Kanika Jenkins was already deceased. I've already shown you that. Now, let me show you the Kanika Jenkins deception. Let me show you again, people. So let me go back to the live that I did, because now, see, this shit already makes sense now. Now I understand why in the fuck Bree Bree was not around. Now I understand. Now I understand why Bree Bree was crying her beloved ass off. Because she was helpful in the analyzation of Kanika Jenkins, her and Shemaya. And that's why those two asses got ghost. It wasn't Irene. It wasn't Monifa. It was Bree Bree and Shemaya, the two who has always stayed silent in this whole Kanika Jenkins case. And it's undisputable proof, people, because you've seen Shemaya down there with the beverage manager. You've seen the silhouette of her clothing. You can't tell me that that wasn't Shemaya. I've already shown you in the live that I did, that I'm about to show you right now. Go back and watch that live. It literally proves. Now we see why Bree Bree's been crying so much. Now we see why Shemaya's ass was so quiet and still quiet today. Ain't saying shit. Ain't make no lives saying, "Oh, I miss my friend," and all like this. Ain't doing what all of the others did. Irene and Monifa. Bree Bree ain't never made no live. Shemaya ain't never made no live. And why is that? Because you got the two most guilty motherfuckers. Guilty as goddamn sin. And that's why you never see them. So y'all been hauling out and y'all been screaming at the wrong girls. Nah, these are the culprits right here. These two, Shemaya and Bree Bree. And you got busted. You got busted. It ain't no way, peoples, you can ever tell Edward Joseph that was not Shemaya in that goddamn video with that girl getting assaulted in the manner to which she was. You are exactly right, Deborah G. She had baby blue and black leggings with that little what you call it thing that ran up her leg and all the way up to her arms. And you saw that same silhouette in that video. And you saw Shemaya standing there while Kanika is getting the stunt beat out of her. Shemaya. And you saw Shemaya leaning on Kanika in the hallway. I've shown you that picture. It's a video. I've shown you that picture, peoples. It's a video to that. I got everything, and I have shown it, people. So I've shown it on the live. Go watch the last live that I did. I've shown it all. The girl is guilty as fucking sin, peoples. This girl is guilty as fucking sin, both of them. Shemaya and Bree Bree. All right. Let me share my screen, peoples. Let me share my screen. And they thought that they were going to get away with the shit that they did, but nope, I'm on you. I'm on you big time. And I'm calling you out. That's why they're so quiet. And I don't give a fuck who don't like it. You ain't got to agree with me. I don't give a fuck because, again, the pictures don't lie, peoples. Here it is right here. Huh? There he is right there. There it is right there, people. There is Carl Nesbitt, the motherfucker who carried Kanika. There it is right there, peoples. The motherfucker who carried Kanika. Now, there he is right there. And see, we've been looking at this shit all wrong, peoples. We have been looking at this shit all wrong, peoples. Because the two motherfuckers who has been silent. So y'all go back and watch this live. I talked about Carl Nesbitt. There he is right there. There he is right there, peoples. Go back and watch the live. There he is right there. Go back and watch the live, peoples. There he is right there, carrying Kanika. There he is right there, peoples. Now, the two peoples that was silent, most silent in this particular case, peoples, was Bree Bree and Shemaya. All right. It says right here, peoples, it says description of the evidence being submitted. If it's not the original, please include a description of the original source, i.e., exported from a digital recorder. This bullshit that we have received of this 36 hours of video madness that never showed or depicted Kanika Jenkins, Shemaya, Monifa, or Bree Bree walking into the establishment, peoples, because we never seen them in the lobby, as I have shown you and I have told you, peoples, because that wasn't Kanika. And you got to ask yourself the question, why is it, peoples, that they never showed you these girls walking into the establishment? Into the lobby. Why you never seen that? Now, I want you to explain these pictures right here, peoples. I want you to explain these pictures right here. Because, see, you're not going to go from a freezer picture to a gurney picture to a picture looking like that on a gurney decomposed. You're not going to do that, peoples. Ain't no way in God's green earth, and forensics is up against you upon this, for a girl to be in the freezer and one day later she's decomposed on a gurney. But how did she get decomposed on a gurney and then looking like this? As TM said, this is how my babe looked when I saw her at the funeral home. Well, if this is how your babe looked when you saw her at the funeral home, well then who in the fuck is this on the gurney? Let me say that again, peoples. If Kanika came from the freezer and was taken directly to the funeral home, who in the fuck is this on the gurney? Who is that on the gurney? Because if that's not Kanika Jenkins, who in the fuck is that on the gurney? You're not going to go from the freezer to a funeral home without first being identified on the gurney. So, peoples, who is that on the gurney? And then who are these people playing Kanika? You see that, people? So I talked about this. Watch the live. I'm talking about this. Now, let me go a little further with the bingo moment, peoples. Let me go a little further with the bingo moment right here, because this was the bingo moment right here, peoples. Where's that picture of all of them? Talked about this. Had that picture. The Kanika Jenkins deception. Here's the girl that played Kanika in the bathroom. There she is right there. That's her and Monifa. That's not Bree Bree, peoples. That's the girl who played Kanika. Because she's going to turn around and she's going to have a cup in her hand. Y'all remember her, right? Okay, so if you don't remember who this girl is that played Kanika, let me show you. Let me show you who this girl is, peoples. Show you who this girl is. Who played Kanika in the hallway, peoples. Okay. Show you who she is. I said I'm going to show you who she is, peoples. There she is right there. The one who played Kanika. Y'all see her? I said, do you see her, peoples? I said, there she is right there, peoples. The one who played Kanika. There she is right there. Okay, so there she is, and there she is right there, peoples. The one who played Kanika. I need that bit. I just need to bring it down some. All right. There we go, peoples. There's the bingo to the bingo. See that? She's got the cup in her hand. Let's rewind this back. Let's watch her walk in. And it was at that point, and that's where they took the picture right there. See that? See, she looked back, she had her hand up. I try to get it to where, okay, right there. Right there. See, she had her hand up, but let's see if we can. A little too fast. Right there. Right there. See that? That's where that picture came from. And see, there's the little red line right there. There's the little red line right there. There's her hand up in the air. There's her hand up in the air. And then look at the little thing right there. Look at the little thing right there. And that's who played Kanika. Y'all see that, right? See, I told you, people's, Edward Joseph, I can always prove everything that I say. She played Kanika. Now, did you see her walk out of the establishment, peoples? I said, did you see her walk out of the establishment, peoples? No, you didn't. Because there she is right there, peoples. The same picture. See that? There it is right there, people. See? The little thing of the cup. There's her hand. There's her hand right there. You can see the little thing on her arm. See the little thing on her arm? There it is right there. That's a close-up shot. There she is right there, peoples. I said, there she is right there, peoples. You see that? Match that just perfectly. Bingo to the bingo, peoples. I said, bingo to the bingo, peoples. There it is right there. Perfect match. Don't ever tell Edward Joseph that he doesn't know what he's talking about. I got all of the videos, peoples. I said, I got all of the videos. I got my old system back, peoples. I got all of the videos. So I know what I'm talking about, peoples. Ms. Durham had said there was never a crime scene because KJ was already dead. She was already dead, peoples. She was already dead. Now, you understand Shemaya and Bree Bree and where Bree Bree was. Bree Bree was in the kitchen. And Shemaya was there when Kanika was getting the life beat out of her. You guys say that Bree Bree had left. Bree Bree ain't never left. Bree Bree ain't never left. Bree Bree ain't never left that establishment. When did you ever see Bree Bree leave the establishment? What? You saw her walk out with some guys. That doesn't mean that she left the establishment. Did you ever see her get in the car and drive off, peoples? No, you never did. The whole time that Kanika, the supposed Kanika, was walking the halls of that establishment, did you ever see Bree Bree? No, you didn't. And why did you never see Bree Bree? Because Bree Bree already knew the role that she played well before this reenactment. And it was a reenactment, peoples. The enactment already happened, but it didn't happen in the manner to which we thought that it did. But it already happened. This was just a play upon a play. This was just trying to put Kanika Jenkins in where she's never been. That's why they had these girls playing Kanika. That's why the girl in the room that I showed you, whose hair did not even come down to her butt, wasn't Kanika. That's why the girl who got up and was supposed to have been answering the door wasn't Kanika. I just shown you that. I just shown you that, peoples. It wasn't Kanika. And that's why when you look in the hall and you look in the kitchen, the girl wasn't even Kanika. Do that girl that I just showed you look like Kanika? No, peoples, no. It was the Kanika Jenkins deception. Because Kanika Jenkins was already dead. This is the point that you guys can't rectify are justified within your minds, but that's okay because, see, I have already proven myself many times over. And I've already shown you where you guys thought that it was Kanika. It was never Kanika. Because the people who France Conve and all of them supposedly had commandeered, it wasn't Kanika. It wasn't Kanika Jenkins, peoples. It wasn't Jenkins. So whoever this girl was that was walking the halls of that establishment and got commandeered by France Conve and friend, it wasn't Kanika because two scenes had already played out. Remember, the beverage manager, the maintenance guy, security, the guy in the black hoodie had already commandeered the real Kanika because Shemaiah was right there. The other person who walked the halls of that establishment and got commandeered by France Kabe and friend was another girl, but it wasn't Kanika Jenkins, peoples. And I've already proven that because I've already shown you. Bree Bree was in the kitchen. Shemaiah was already back there while Kanika was getting the snot beat out of her. And after she got the snot beat out of her, guess who carried her to the freezer? Carl Nesbitt. Because he was the one who put the final blow upon Kanika Jenkins, peoples. Makes a lot of sense now, does it? That's why, and see, the thing is, people, Carl Nesbitt works for the Caddyshack. Caddyshack is Bill Murray's Bill Murray's establishment. It's his restaurant. They're all in cahoots. That's why Bill Murray had his brother come down there and wanted to pay for the funeral. They all was guilty. You got two scenes with two different girls, two different Kanikas play out, and both of them are dead. And let me go back to the video, peoples, because I got to show you the Kanika Jenkins deception. Peoples. The Kanika Jenkins deception right here. Kanika Jenkins and Kanika Martin. And there it is right there, peoples. There it is right there. Now, I've already talked that in the live. Let's talk Kanika Jenkins. Kanika Jenkins and Kanika Martin, peoples. And the girl on the gurney, as you can see, was not Kanika Jenkins, peoples, as you can see. Because if it was, well, then she wouldn't have been able to be at the funeral home. But if it was, then she's decomposed. See? So you can go both ways with it, peoples. But if this is Kanika Jenkins, which it is, Kanika Jenkins right here, Kanika Jenkins right here, well then, was this girl on a gurney? Because if you look at the eyes and the forehead, it kind of matches, doesn't it? But this girl doesn't match this girl, because this is Kanika Martin right here. The one who had the recess in her eyes. Kanika Jenkins did not have recess in her eyes, peoples. That's why they call it the Kanika Jenkins deception. These are the girls who died. Kanika Jenkins, Kanika Martin, and then whoever this girl is that played Kanika. Because now, the thing is, and many of you just can't make it make sense. If this is Kanika Jenkins on the gurney, then the only other conclusion that you can come up with, peoples, is that Kenneka Jenkins had to be dead several days before the decomposition, because you're not going to decompose like that just overnight. It's not going to happen overnight, peoples. It's going to take several days for that to happen. And I've already shown you the video of when a person decomposed. The medical examiner had already explained to you what happens to the body when a person decomposes. So how in the hell are you going to go from a gurney picture right here that was supposed to be at the funeral home to a gurney picture of the girl decomposed? You can't. It's impossible. It's absolutely impossible. So the only conclusion is that you have, peoples, is, and like I told you before, Kenneka Jenkins died on the 7th. 2 days later, yes, she would look like this. But if this is not Kenneka, well, then who is it? Or if this is Kenneka, well, then there it is right there, peoples. There it is right there. Because the only other conclusion that you have is she's in the freezer. They took that wig off of her and stuff and cut it out of her hair and took that picture and staged that picture as she was supposed to have been at a funeral home. But yet, these two pictures had to be taken first before the decomposition happens, peoples. Do you understand what I'm saying? It ain't no way that she can be in the freezer and then be looking like this at a funeral home without looking like this. Because on this picture, she is decomposed on the gurney. It's no way, people. It's no way. And science is up against you upon that. Ain't no way that she can be able to be deceased and then still be looking like this at a gurney at a funeral home. But we saw a body being taken out of that freezer. So if that's not Kenneka Jenkins on that gurney that decomposed, well, then who in the hell is it? And I've already surmised, peoples, none of these girls that is being shown in these pictures have you ever seen walk out the halls of that establishment. You never seen it. You never seen them leave that establishment, peoples. You never did. So there you have it right there, peoples. There you have it right there. Yep. Kenneka was at the establishment on the 6th and she died on the 7th. And you go back, and if Rosemont ever put those pictures back up of Kenneka Jenkins in those death photos, you check the metadata on there, it will say that those pictures was taken on the 7th and not on the 6th. Kenneka was at the establishment on the 6th. She died on the 7th. Just like those boys who were saying, I'm nowhere around you, you know, like this. They were at the Marriott on the 4th. That video was taken on the 4th. They was live at the Marriott on the 4th. But Kenneka and friends and Irene was there on the 6th, leading into the 7th. And it was on the 6th when TM had told you, Janaea, I love you. Wait until I get rich and you're going to see how much I love you. And then look what happened. And now we finally understand what happened to Kenneka, peoples, because again, Bree Bree was in the kitchen. And Shamaya was standing there while Kenneka was getting the snot beat out of her. So this was ultimately the two that had set up and made sure that Kenneka Jenkins was unalive. It was Bree Bree and Shamaya. There you have it, peoples. It was Bree Bree and Shemaya. And that's why Bree Bree and Shemaya ain't saying jack shit. Keeping a very low profile. Ain't made no more lives. Ain't said nothing. Ain't did nothing. Quiet as a mouse. But the evidence speaks loud and clear. It was Bree Bree and Shemaya that was instrumental in helping unalive Kanika. And I stand up on that. They knew because they were there. That's where Bree Bree was, peoples. And this is why Bree Bree
One another as they pass the lavender.
is acting out in the manner to which she did, because she was there. Bree Bree and Shemaya. They were there, peoples. And was the ones that was instrumental in making sure that Kanika was unalived. The two people that she called friend. Because if you go back and you look at the picture of when Bree Bree was supposed to went to a ball or graduate or something, she had a picture of Kanika standing behind her, a life-size photo. Really? Really? So you got to ask yourself the question, people. Ask yourself the question. You don't have to take my word for it. You don't have to take my word for it. You can blame the beverage manager. You can blame France Cave. You can blame France Cave friend. You can say whatever letter that they had written and stuff and confessing that they did it and all like this and stuff. You can blame security, all like that and stuff. But at the end of the day, just answer one question for me. Why in the fuck did not Bree Bree or Shemaya ever make any lives after Kanika's death? They went cold and silent. And we was looking at this thing all wrong and blaming the wrong people. It was Bree Bree and Shemaya. Because I tell you, people, the evidence doesn't lie. You go back, watch the live. I've shown you the picture of Shemaya there with the beverage manager, the maintenance guy, the guy in the black hoodie, which is Carl Nesbitt, the security, and Shemaya. And so I'm going to answer this one last question. I'm getting off of here, peoples. Now I'm going to go up and get in here and cook me this tri-tip and other stuff, some candy yams. And I'm fit to lay myself down and watch TV. But we're almost at the 6.5 hour mark. How did the other lipstick or lip gloss get into the freezer? And guess who was the one who had placed it in there because they were there? Remember, Kanika had a certain brand of lipstick or lip gloss. Guess who carried the other? The one who carried it is the one who's crying the loudest right here. Peoples, I hope I had said something to encourage your hearts upon today. Tune in again next time. Tune in Edward Joseph Let's Talk Live, Edward Joseph Kitchen, Edward Joseph Gospel Hour, Edward Joseph's Blessings Giveaway 2025 will come to you with something wonderful. I love you with the love of Christ, and there's absolutely nothing you can do about it. Peoples, mask up and be safe. And again, peoples, you don't have to take my word for it. All you have to do is go and do your research, and you will come to the greater understanding as to what I had already have done. Go back and watch it live, and you will see I've clearly shown you Shemaiah was down there with the beverage manager, the maintenance guy, the guy in the black hoodie, and the security, while Kanika was getting her tail beat. And the one who carried the other lip gloss was in the freezer as the one who's crying out the loudest at the funeral. And I asked the question, Bree Bree, where in the fuck were you at? You were in the freezer. God bless you all. Thank you for watching.